Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to welcome you at the International Online Symposium, Reimagining the Human, a symposium that gathers together the scholars and thinkers from a variety of fields and that discusses the concepts of the human itself. But before we get started and before we greet every participant, I would like to give floor, the virtual floor, to the Rector of Vilnius University, Rimvydas Petrauskas, who will give us an opening speech. Hello, dear Rector.
Hello, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, participants of International Online Symposium, Reimagining the Humans, it is my pleasure to welcome you to Vilnius University, albeit virtually. We live in strange times when condition of crisis became the most stable thing in our public life. But I deeply believe that a crisis is always a possibility for change, for rethinking, and with old concepts, reevaluating decisions and strategies. Not only rethinking the old, but also adapting and implementing new concepts. The theocratic mind may describe it as changing the system, but as a representative of the humanities, I prefer to understand it as reimagining the human. Of course, in times like this, societies turn to the natural sciences. Laboratories and hospitals became the main field of events. Medic and chemists became a new modern heroes. They are the fast responders to the urgent questions. What happened to us and how we can solve it? But in the broader context of our time, we face questions that only we, people from the humanities, can correctly formulate and offer some questions, some answers. What constitutes us? What is the human role in the nature? How can we coexist with other life forms and adapt ourselves in face of changes? As the German philosopher Peter Sloterdijk put it, there is no longer the classical excuse that we are too small to deal with such immensities. I strongly believe that such questions must be discussed at universities and the discussions must be transferred to the public space. We cannot look only for medical and biochemical solutions, ignoring the broader changes and deeper questions of philosophical origin. So it is a huge honor for our university to take part and join this great debate. I would like to thank the organizers, our Faculty of Philosophy, and especially Professor Kristupas Sabolius, who, despite all the new barriers and obstacles, managed to bring together such an impressive lineup. I wish you meaningful discourses and debates, and let's hope that next year probably we can all meet and continue our talks in the beautiful autumn of Vilnius, because reimagining the human has no end. So thank you very much and best wishes.
Thank you, Your Magnificence. Thank you. We applaud you. I hope the technical quality of the connection is good and you hear us. And also, before we continue, I would like to give floor to my dear colleague and friend, the director of the Institute of Philosophy, Jonas Dagys, who may say a few words as well to the participants.
Good morning. When we had a similar format of a symposium in a way, which was live last year, just before summer, and at its conclusion, Kristupas started talking about the next event that he was planning. None of us really could imagine, I think, the situation we are going to end up in pretty soon. And well, the times that we are going through are really challenging. I think Rector has pointed out absolutely correctly that it has been a tremendously difficult time. But at the same time, what I'm thinking in the context of this symposium in particular, and more generally in the humanities, this time was extremely demanding for people working in humanities, and especially in philosophy, because philosophical questions somehow became really well important. I think in a way, the time we are going through is presents people in humanities and people in philosophy specifically an opportunity to uncover their mission more widely, to prove their value and to establish their position as valuable members of the society. Although pejoratively speaking, people in the natural sciences don't really often trust philosophers as serious partners of joint effort. I think symposiums like these, and given now this, requirement or necessity to go online, I would also see as an opportunity to present our work and the things we do in our closed departments, the departments which seem to be closed so far, to much broader audiences. And I'm really happy with Kristupas's effort that he's doing. Last year, we had a symposium that also went out of the walls of university, and it was taking place in the National Gallery. So it was somehow open to broader audiences. And I hope this openness is now, somehow productively used in the online confines. So I'm really happy. Last year, I said that what we need for a successful symposium is a great topic and a great company. So I'm really sad that the company is now not physically present around us. I'm here. I have a good joy to be next to Kristupas physically at least, but I would really look forward for the opportunity in next time to meet you all and greet you all physically here in Vilnius at our institute, our beautiful university. And I wish you a very good and productive discussions that you can now perform online. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you, Jonas. Indeed, a lot of important things have been already said. This is not an event that happened in a day or happened all of a sudden out of the blue. We've been working on the similar themes for a while. I have to say that all this beautiful company that will join us for the discussions of two-day series, it was really about to come to Vilnius. And I really hope that they will come to Vilnius one day. And that's also a challenge that helps us to think in a variety of, let's say, hybrid versions of interaction. Today, we're facing a lot of challenges, not only for our, let's say, theoretical work, but also for the ways we need to transmit our ideas. So basically, I'm happy that we manage to gather all this company together. However, I would think that it's only the first step to our to the beginning of a conversation. And I have to say that the topic of the symposium, the question of the human nature, has been triggering various theoretical debate in very pressing ways. For ages, the human nature has been an important philosophical topic and a challenge for philosophical mind. But these days, not only because of pandemic, not only because of, let's say, humanitarian crisis happening in a variety of parts of the world, we can reformulate the question regarding the human as the question which could point or address the problem to the relationship with others, to the relationship with some alien, heterogeneous fields that do not belong to our world, or maybe are not conceived within our imaginaries. So how can we think about the role of the human not only as a biological species, but also in terms of the renewed concept of community. Or maybe how can we imagine the human within the community, which is not shaped by its superiority? And who are we in the light of critical imaginaries? I hope that these questions will be discussed in this beautiful company, but also will engage the dialogue that departs from philosophy, however, comprises the fields as vast as neuroscience, psychobiology, biology, anthropology, indigenous studies, and art. And I'm very happy that this event will feature ideas from contemporary thinkers, such as philosopher Malabou, who will present the first speech, and her concept of plasticity combines the brain research, Hegel philosophy, Heidegger's philosophy, and even most recently the studies of anarchism. Vittorio Gallese, who is with us, hello Vittorio, professor of psychobiology, who together with a group of scientists was awarded for the discovery of mirror neurons and has published enormously in the field of neuroscience. Also Scott Gilbert, biologist, who is the promoter of the idea of holobiont, renowned anthropologist Elizabeth Povinelli, indigenous scientist scholar Kim Tolbier, and also my fellow Italian friends, philosopher of imagination Pietro Montani, and who is there, hello Pietro, Chiara Bottici from New School, who is also anarcho-feminist and philosopher of imagination, I would say. And also Daria Cecchi, the professor of aesthetics from La Sapienza, and as well as the group of Lithuanian friends and fellow collaborators. So Rita Šerpytytė, Daina Habdankaitė, Ignas Šatkauskas, Ruslanas Baranovas. I have to say that the whole event, as you can probably see, will be held online and will be archived on the YouTube channel of Vilnius University, so you can access it indefinitely. The advantage of joining live is the possibility to ask questions. The technical explanation. So if you want to ask questions, each presentation lasts 30 minutes or 35 minutes, something around that. After that, you can, or during the talk, you can post a question in the comment section on YouTube. And the moderators of the session will try to pick them up and to aggregate them and to pose them to the speakers. The same regards the panel discussion. So during the panel discussion, you can also ask questions, and some of them will be posed to the speakers. Last but not least, I must say that the symposium is also the part of European research project, The Future of Humanity, New Scenarios of Imagination. The project is funded by European Social Fund under a grant agreement with the Research Council of Lithuania. So now I would like to give floor to Daina Habdankaitė, who is the moderator of the morning session, and who will be speaking, who will be introducing our interlocutors of the morning session. So thank you so much. Keep in touch. Stay tuned.
And welcome to the morning session. And in this morning session, we have 3 presentations. So first, we will listen to Malabou and Vittorio Gallese. Then we will have a short break, which will be followed by the talk of Kristupas Sabolius and a panel discussion moderated by Elizabeth Povinelli. So first we have Professor Katerina Malabou from Kingston University and University of California, Irvine. She's a professor of philosophy, and she is widely regarded as one of the most exciting figures in what has been called the new French philosophy. Professor Malabou's research and writing covers a range of figures and issues, including the work of Hegel, Freud, Heidegger, and Derrida, as well as the relationship between philosophy, neuroscience, and psychoanalysis. Her topic today is with the title, Not Mandatory When Addiction Replaces Law. So I would like to welcome Professor Malabou to give her talk. So welcome.
My microphone, sorry. So thank you very much for inviting me here. I would like to thank the University of Vilnius and all the colleagues who made that symposium possible. It's a great honor for me. I would like to apologize in advance if there is any troubleshoot with my computer. If this happens, I will change room because sometimes it happens. Anyway, so I get started. Let me first retrace the origin of my philosophical and political interest in the concept of addiction. The video that the organizers of our conference posted on the website to advertise my talk was an excerpt of a previous talk I gave in Stockholm a few years ago. It was about the Anthropocene. So I will briefly recall the leading thread of that talk and then follow up with new developments and remarks. First of all, a short definition of the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene is a proposed epoch that begins when human activities started to have a significant global impact on Earth's ecosystems. So it's a very short definition, but I think very striking. And in my Stockholm talk, I confronted two approaches to this phenomenon developed by two historians. On the one hand, Dipesh Chakrabarty, a professor of history at the University of Chicago, who wrote a decisive article called 4 Theses on Climate Change. And on the other, Daniel Smile, a professor of history at Harvard University, author of the book On Deep History and the Brain. Both texts were published in 2008. Both of them agree that the Anthropocene is profoundly altering what have been called for a long time history. The Anthropocene cannot be considered a historical moment or age proper, but rather should be seen as an era situated in the geological time scale. The Anthropocene forces us to consider the human as a geological agent. I quote Chakrabarty, climate scientists posit that the human being has become something much larger than the simple biological agent that he or she has always been. Humans now wield a geological force. So up until now, history has always meant human history in opposition to natural history. The problem is that human history implied a concept of consciousness, historical consciousness, or what Heidegger calls historicality. So we see that such a concept is not adequate any longer to the new state of affairs triggered by climate change. I quote Chakrabarty again. He says, now it is being claimed that humans are a force of nature in the geological sense. How can a geological force become aware of itself as a historical agent? That is what is impossible. The Anthropocene also leads the human to represent itself as a species, which is also impossible. How can I represent myself as a species? Such an impossibility is what partly explains climate change skepticism and denial. Because a conscious being cannot become aware of itself as an inanimate, non-conscious being or force, disavowal is often a response to this paradox. So this was the summary of the previous talk. So I now follow up with my new developments. The problem is for me today in my talk, how, if I can formulate this problem, how to convince the skeptics, if it is true, as Freud says, that disavowal is impossible to undo. The more rational the counter arguments, the stronger the denial gets. And an appeal to consciousness is of no help. As we know, today, many corona skeptics, anti-masks, anti-vaccine, are refusing to comply with the sanitary rules and restrictions. It is the same disavowal as the one I just evoked, politically exploited today by leaders like Trump or Bolsonaro. The virus is definitely an effect of the ecological crisis, and it seems that the same impossibility for the skeptics to represent themselves as a species and as a natural force is partly explaining their resistances. Such is the reason why a growing number of politicians, scientists, and doctors are currently acknowledging the fact that legally constraining people to get a vaccine, for example, won't work. Skeptics would argue against legal vaccination that forcing an individual to be vaccinated is a violation of their fundamental right to personal autonomy, which informs the more specific right to bodily integrity. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the official doctor in the United States, so Fauci recently declared, I quote, "I don't think you will ever see mandating of a vaccine, particularly for the general public. If someone refuses the vaccine in the general public, you cannot force someone to take it." We have exactly the same phenomenon the same problem in France. I don't know if you have it in Vilnius, but we have it in France as well. Recently, our prime minister declared, "It is clear," he said, "that a significant part of the population does not admit the reality and danger of the virus." And he also agreed that making immunization compulsory was not an option. So we have also the same phenomenon with anti-masks people. So wearing a mask is now compulsory in France, but many people don't wear them. So my question will be, what is the difference between recommending to do something, for example, recommend to get a vaccine, recommend to wear masks? So what is the difference between recommending to do something and making it legally binding and compulsory? And why is this legal obligation not an option anymore? I go back to my two historians. In his book on deep history and the brain, Daniel Smale answers Chakrabarty on the issue raised by the conflict between consciousness and non-consciousness. He argues that in between geology and history, and between a stone and a consciousness, there is the brain. The brain, he explains, is the middle point between nature and history. And what emerges from there, at least this is my interpretation, is that this is the brain that has to be convinced by the danger of the crisis. The brain, as I just said, is the middle point between nature and history. It is formed by different layers, just like a geological formation. Some of them are stone-like, fossil-like. Some others, more recent, are plastic. I quote Smale. "Like fossils, modules were laid down in the strata of the brain a long time ago and preserved against the ravages of time. The upper layers, for their part, are the historical ones, open to change under the influence of culture. So we see that our brain is formed by the two entities together, like geological ones or geological-like ones, and historical ones. And for Smale, history starts as soon as the two types of layers merge. That is when the genetic and the cultural meet at the very beginning of hominization. Therefore, Smale, following Edward Wilson, challenges the notion of prehistory and substitutes deep history for it. I quote Smale: "A deep history of humankind is any history that straddles the buffer zone of prehistory, bundling the Paleolithic and the Neolithic together with the post-Lithic, that is, with everything that has happened since the emergence of metal technology, writing, and cities some 5,000 years ago. The result is a seamless narrative that acknowledges the full chronology of the human past. Also, the themes of a deep history can coalesce around any number of narrative threads. The one I propose in this book centers on biology, brain, and behavior." So we see that according to this definition, there is no prehistory, but history starts right from the beginning of hominization, and the development of humanity or human brain, of the human brain, is epigenetic more than historical in the classical sense. One of the most important and interesting aspects of Smale's analysis is his theory of addiction. He presents addiction as the link precisely between biology, brain, and behavior. What holds the different strata of the brain together, what holds biology and history together, is addiction. Addiction, the addicted brain, is the basis for historical consciousness. If the brain was not in the constant process of getting addicted to its environment, if it was not able to develop new addictions when the environment changes, there would be no such thing as a historical consciousness. The constant interaction between the brain and the environment is essentially based on brain-body states alterations. The brain maintains itself in its changing environments by getting addicted to it, and we have to understand addiction in the proper sense, that is of a psychotropy, something that changes the psyche. These altering effects result from the action of neurotransmitters, such as testosterone and other androgens, estrogen, serotonin, dopamine, endorphins, oxytocin, etc., etc., produced in glands and synapses throughout the body. These chemicals facilitate or block the signals passing along neural pathways. So, as Smale said a moment ago, in the previous quotes, the Neolithic revolution between 10,000 and 5,000 years ago, this is an example, transformed human ecology and led to fundamental and irreversible changes in demographics, politics, societies, and economies because of the development of agriculture and the first appearances of technology. All these changes, Smale argues, created a new neurophysiological system or ecosystem, a field of evolutionary adaptation in which the sorts of customs and habits that generate new neural configurations or alter brain-body states evolved in unpredictable ways. So what interests me is that any civilization phenomena, according to Smale, like the development of agriculture, the invention of new tools, etc., are implying necessarily new forms of addictions, or what he calls new neuroecological systems. So from this, we get that civilization is not contrary to biology, but on the contrary, they work together in an epigenetic manner. So the mood altering practices, behaviors, and institutions generated by human culture, all of them, can be defined as psychotropic mechanisms. Psychotropy comes in different forms. It can be autotropic, that is, new addictions that alter ourselves, the things that we ingest, that we incorporate. This is autotropy. And allotropy, that is, the things that we do ourselves. So habit is a double mechanism of ingestion and accommodation or exteriorization. Addictive processes mark the point of indistinction between biology, that is chemical substances and mechanism, and being in the world, that is culture. Excuse me, I have to. So here we find again the idea that the brain is the mediator between the two dimensions of history, nature, and biology. So how now can we extend these remarks to the current situation I just evoked, like the sanitary crisis? First, they lead us to admit that only new addictions will help us to lessen the effects of climate change crisis. That legal obligations can, of course, play a role, but they never be sufficient to change the problem. The reality of the Anthropocene, the reality of the sanitary crisis in particular, demand a new psychotropy in both senses of autotropy and allotropy. What we need is a new neurohistorical, adaptive, and transformative model. Of course, the main philosophical issue attached to this is to know, going back to the problem of consciousness, is to know whether addictions can be considered preparatory for new modes of consciousness or awareness, or if they can only mute awareness and consciousness. Is the addicted brain a threshold to consciousness or to the disappearance of consciousness? Will we solve the crisis by becoming more and more conscious out of our addictions, or on the contrary, less and less conscious or aware because of our addictions? If we look at the work of Marshall McLuhan in particular, the great thinker of technology, we see that he also has a strong theory of addiction. He says technology can only produce what he calls a narcolepsy of consciousness. That is a type of sleep. For him, technological development coincides with the process of a growing global narcolepsy. As we know, narcolepsy is an extreme tendency to fall asleep. He says that addiction acts as a painkiller. And we are living more and more, he says, in a narcotic culture. Every technological device is a prolongation of the brain and of the organisms. And this process, Marshall McLuhan characterizes as an auto-amputation that leads to a numbness. Auto-amputation has a soothing effect, he says. I quote him, "Physiologically, there are abundant reasons for an extension of ourselves involving us in a state of numbness. Medical researchers hold that all extensions of ourselves, in sickness or in health, are attempts to maintain equilibrium." So we see that addictions are aimed at maintaining equilibrium, but for McLuhan, it creates that state of sleep, deep sleep, not at all an awakening of consciousness. If we look at the dictionary for a definition of addiction, we find, I quote, "Addiction is a complex condition. It is a brain phenomenon that is generally manifested by compulsive substance use despite harmful consequences. People with addiction, severe substance use disorder, have an intense focus on using a certain substance, such as alcohol or drugs, to the point that it takes over their life. They keep using alcohol or a drug, even when they know it will cause problems, end of quote. But the issue, as we just said, is that addiction, contrarily to what we think initially, is not reserved to drug use or substance abuse. Everything is addictive. Agriculture, as we said, technology, every prosthesis, every instrument, art, music, philosophy, even addiction therapies themselves. If we follow the thoughts of McLuhan or Smile or other people, and of Gilles Deleuze also, I will come to him in the conclusion of my talk, we see that addiction characterizes everything in human life, but also animal life, plant life. I will also come back to this in a moment, because it is very simple, because addiction, getting addicted, is the way our brain functions. The brain cannot function outside of addictions. So I repeat my questions. What can we do if it is true that addiction creates this narcolepsy? How can we bring to light, how can we foster, create new forms of consciousness if addiction is what mutes consciousness? So in this second and last part of my talk, I would like to develop a more philosophical approach to habit and ask myself, when exactly a habit becomes an addiction, that is, a compulsion, generating craving and increase in consumption. So let me develop some philosophical remarks about that. I said I would mention Deleuze. And Deleuze is a great thinker, as you know, of addiction, and he has proposed the definition of habit as a fold. He says habit is a fold. The problem is that there are always two folds in one. Habit is a fold, but in fact, it's twofold in one. A creative one and an alienating, damaging one. And they function as the same, as the two sides of the same economy. Habit can be productive, like the habit of playing music or dancing or reading philosophy, practicing a sport. All sorts of practices that make life more intense and render activities easier, more fluid, and more efficient. Habit, as we know, can also produce caricatures of life. It can also transform our existences in purely mechanical, devitalized, rigid set of routines, automatisms of repetition, senseless gestures. Let's call the first fold the fold of plasticity. Let's call the second one the fold of compulsion. The problem is that both folds are addictive. Usually people reserve addiction for the second one, that is the compulsive one, the routine one. But in fact, if we follow everything I said in the beginning, we have to consider that both sides of habit, both folds are addictive. How does a habit form? How does a fold emerge in the first place? It is necessary to recall the old sense of habit, the one that has been brought to light by Aristotle and restored later by philosophers like Hegel or William James. Well, William James is not really a philosopher, let's say a psychologist. For Aristotle, habit is first of all not one particular habit, but our existence in its entirety, defined as a permanent way of being. For Aristotle, our whole existence is a habit, because what is our existence, what is life, It is, first of all, a material, a foldable material that Aristotle calls a diathesis, a disposition. Our existence is a disposition. It works like a plastic material. And Aristotle defines diathesis in those terms, I quote, "It is a position of what has parts in space, like a building, and in time, what can become different from what it is, and in form, here to be understood as a bodily form or shape, growth, etc. Our existence, our diathesis, is not what it is all at once. It is mobile, composed, susceptible to change, and yet it is structured and holds all its parts and moments together." Beautiful definition, which means that our existence is made of parts extended in both time and space, and is not only susceptible to change, but can only subsist through change. And to change for Aristotle means to be able to acquire habits, to get folded. He says some folds are transient, they don't last, they don't leave a trace, like catching a cold or getting cured, for example, and some folds are permanent. Permanent folds are the ones Aristotle calls habits in the plural, coming from the verb to have. And there's an interesting play between to be and to have. Having is a mode of being, because we cannot be without having, that is, we cannot be without habits. The fold forms itself, Aristotle says, I just mentioned another quote, the fold forms itself between, he says, the act of having and what is had. I quote, "Having means an activity, as it were, of the haver and the thing had. In this way, between the man who has a garment and the garment which is had, there is a having. The having takes place in the space that separates my body from my coat, the space where the coat will adapt to my body and become mine." A definition that William James repeats practically exactly in his chapter Habit from the Principles of Psychology. I quote James, "Everyone knows that a garment, after having been worn a certain time, clings to the shape of the body better than when it was new. There has been a change in the tissue, and this change is the new habit of cohesion." End of quote. So we can say more generally that habit is the in-between space between the subject and itself, the malleable material of subjectivity as it gets used to itself, adjusted to itself. We need to adjust ourselves to ourselves. And the fold is the imprint of both self-differentiation and self-identity. And today, what we know for sure is that the locus of such a self-differentiation is the brain. How does addiction start from there? How do we move from the fold to the second one? Habit is the result of a repeated change. When Aristotle speaks of the difference between having and what is had, he has in mind the act of repeating, reiterating. Habit has the power to reverse energies, to transform passivity into activity and activity into passivity under the influence of repetition. Gradually, thanks to habit, change are becoming familiar, and the more familiar they become, the more passive I get. And this is where addiction starts, when my own activity stop being active and become passive. And this applies once again, not only to addictions in the usual sense of substance use, etc. I mean, even creative habits, as I said, like playing music, doing philosophy, become addictive in the sense that they become a kind of routine involving a kind of passivity. And we constantly have to struggle against that routine becoming routine of our activities. And this is what Deleuze calls the paradox, as you know, of repetition. He said habit as a repetition is a productive repetition. It's a repetition that opens a difference. But in reverse, this opening of difference becomes itself a routine and falls back into compulsion. So that's the problem of all forms of habit, that once again, it is impossible to really delineate the frontier between the awakening of activity and the force of passivity that gradually overpowers the first one. I quote Hegel from the Encyclopedia, Subjective Spirit. He says, impressions lose their force under the influence of habit to the degree that they are repeated. Therefore, immediate feeling is treated as indifferent. So what opens a difference becomes indifferent. And compulsion, at a certain point, recurs for itself. Habit works to the advantage of mechanisms, automatisms that seem to come to oppose desire, strength, and creativity. Therefore, as I said, necessarily a second fold forms itself within the first, opening a space which is not that of self-differentiation anymore, but that of the machine or the parasite. The fold of the fold is an intimate intruder. If we extend this economy of the double fold to non-human living beings, we can think of parasitic affections of plants, the decaying of all materials, of technical objects or practical objects. Everything is a threshold between two folds, and not only the human. To exist, even as an inanimate object, is to be bifolded. There are always two folds in one, two habits in one, plasticity and compulsion. And this duality, it seems to me, is not taken into account by Daniel Smile. Addiction for him, as for McLuhan, is a psychotropic phenomenon that creates a form of sleeplessness. But they don't talk about this internal conflict. I mean, this conflictual nature of habit. That is the conflict between creative and destructive ways of getting used to something. So I now move to my to the very last part of this talk. I would like to refer to Freud. When Freud talks about rituals, he compares habits to rituals. He has a very interesting text called Obsessive Actions and Religious Practices. And he remarks that there is more than a superficial resemblance in the relationship between the obsessive acts of neurotics and religious observances. In other words, he considers obsessive ceremonials to be of the same class as obsessive thinking, ideas, impulses, etc. He says, in this respect, an obsessive neurosis presents a travesty, half comic and half tragic, of a private religion. And he notes that any actions may be subject to the possibility of becoming obsessive. So we can extend what I was just saying by affirming that perhaps the very nature of addiction in the end is religious, or very akin to religion in a certain sense, to religious rituals. But this also tends to define religion as a form of addiction itself. So if we summarize all this, is there a way for habitual practices to end up being obsessive? Can we once again think of new modes of addictions that would awake consciousness without, not really without developing new rituals, because this is impossible, but that would avoid narcoleptic rituals? I would like to quote Deleuze one last time. You know, in its abécédaire, at the letter A, he has a definition of addiction. He says, what is the limit? He talks about alcoholism. What is the limit? It is complicated. I'll tell you another way. An alcoholic is someone who never stops drinking. It never stops being the last drink. The first glass repeats the last. The last is what matters. So, what is the last drink for an alcoholic? Well, he gets up in the morning. I suppose he takes alcohol in the morning. And there are all types who take alcohol in the morning. And it's all about waiting for the moment when he reaches the last glass. It is neither the first, second, or third that interests. There's something clever and cunning in an alcoholic. And the last glass also means that it is never the last glass. The alcoholic evaluates, there is an evaluation, he assesses what can withstand without collapsing. That varies widely depending on the individual. He evaluates the last drink, and the others are his way of keeping the last one waiting. It means, the last means what? It means there can't be more drink this day. It's the last one that will allow him to start again the next day. Because if he reaches the last, on the contrary, it exceeds his power. The last puts him under his power. So very interesting quote that says that, in fact, when we, just as I'm trying to do here, how can we get out of addiction? How can we create new addictions? Deleuze says it is impossible because we would like to reach the last moment, and it's impossible. Everything is bifolded, as I said, material, a plant, a cell, an animal, and a human being. Smiles recalls that the current meaning of the term addiction emerged in the late 17th century, and it meant the state of being bound or indebted to a person, to a lord, for example, so that when I said I'm addicted to you, it meant I'm subdued to you, I'm your subject. So is it really impossible, and I will conclude on that, is it really impossible to imagine or elaborate a new concept of addiction that would take this compulsive nature into account, that would not negate it because it is impossible, but which at the same time would allow for, let's say, something like surprise? We then would say that maybe we're waiting for the last glass, but we could also say that everything is oriented to the next fold, the surprising, inanticipable one. Habits always have the potential to differ despite a certain constancy of operation. We might think that folds are non-exclusive and that they can be unlimited, that every fold is a secret ongoing process of a new fold, and therefore always allows alternate routes to be taken. As Stephen Jay Gould says, rewind and replay the evolutionary history of a species 100 times, and you will get 100 different results. So I now conclude with Deleuze once again. The principle of habit is the habit of contracting habit. It's in Difference and Repetition on page 44. The habit to take up habits. So, of course, once again, there's an ambiguity of the two folds, the ambiguity between plasticity and addiction. But, and we see also that more than ever, addiction is a crucial political issue to the extent that, because of the ecological crisis, of which the sanitary crisis is just an aspect, habit, as I tried to demonstrate in the beginning, is clearly competing with the law. So the challenge today is to develop new habits while at the same time disalienating for what has for ages constantly sustained and encouraged deadly addictive practices. That is, we do not only need new addictions, but we need to elaborate a new meaning, maybe a new concept of addiction. I propose, well, it's very clumsy, but this is what I can come up with right now. I propose the concept of addiction to the future. Yes, addiction to the future. Is there something possible out of that? And I stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Malabou. I'm following our YouTube translation and waiting for the questions from the audience, as well as the participants on Zoom who are connected. If you have any questions, please wave or do any other virtual signs. So we have a time for a very short question, and I see Professor Montani is raising the hand. So please go on.
Thank you. Thank
Hello,
you.
Professor.
You can hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me? I have a question just about the concept of addiction. I have a little story about this concept because in translating into English, an interesting paleoanthropological distinction between a first phase in which the human being is considered technically assisted and a latter phase in which he becomes technically dependent or addicted. This is a positive passage for me. The word addiction seemed to me unsuitable. My idea was that it should be translated not with addiction, but with reliance. The story continued because sometime later.
What does that mean, reliance?
Reliance. I realized that the suite of the story clarify this meaning because I found sometime later that this word in turn translated the German Verlässlichkeit that you know very well, but it's because this is the term Heidegger used to define the shoes of, do you remember? The shoes of the farmer's shoes. That is not an addiction, but a Verlässlichkeit, a reliance. I am faithful in this dependence. My question, because you are in search of a new concept, my question is if you would you agree or not with this translation on this semantical area? Thank you, Katja.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think this is very interesting. But what I would like to know, if you can answer me, is would Heidegger, I respond with another question. Yeah. Would Heidegger admit that there can be something like a biological Verlässlichkeit? Because if it's only spiritual or ontological, like we all know the analysis of the shoes. Yeah. So Verlässlichkeit is an existential dimension.
Yes.
So my question is, would he admit that it also applies to animals, technique, etc.? If yes, then I agree with you.
Yes.
If not, if it's reserved to existential you
yes,
know.
my answer is yes. I have other example, but we haven't time to discuss
Right.
this.
Please, Heidegger,
yes.
you see what yeah, sorry.
Unfortunately,
I
we have
am
not
really
the
afraid.
possibility to discuss
Sorry,
here in a
Professor.
lunch.
But thank you very much. It's very interesting.
Yes,
Thank you.
we will have a panel discussion where I
Yeah,
believe
yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
continue.
Yeah, yes.
So since the time is pressing, thank you very much, Professor Malabou, for your interesting presentation. And we move on to the second talk by Professor Vittorio Gallese from University of Parma, Columbia University, and Humboldt Universität. He's a professor of psychobiology. He's a well-known cognitive neuroscientist, and professor's research focuses on the relation between the sensory motor system and cognition by investigating the neurobiological and bodily grounding of intersubjectivity, psychopathology, language, and aesthetics. And today, Professor Gallese will give us a talk titled The Empathic Body, Embodied Simulation and Experimental Aesthetics. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Vittorio, I can't hear you. Vittorio.
My audio, yes.
Yes.
Now I think you should listen.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
me.
yeah.
Okay, so sorry for this technical fault. First of all, good morning, everyone. I'm really privileged to be in such a great company of speakers. I'm pretty sure I will learn a lot. I already started with a beautiful talk given by Catherine Malabou. And as her talk was developing, there was a growing sense of complementarity between her approach and what I've been up to in the last couple of years. I decided to talk about aesthetics for a variety of reasons. And by the way, this is going to be the outline of my talk. I will address the notion of aesthetic and aesthetic experience with a few definitions. Then I will turn to a key issue of my research in the last 10 or 13 years, the embodiment of images. I will talk briefly about embodied simulation as a new model of perception and imagination, showcase very briefly, almost tachistoscopically, as we say, a few empirical results, and then move to some preliminary conclusion. Why aesthetics? I think aesthetics is the key issue of contemporaneity. To quote the title of a book, a French book by Lipovetsky and Serrois, we are now living l'esthétisation du monde. And by esthétisation du monde, I mean that aesthetics is becoming the key dimension of social relations, particularly because of the technological development, which, to quote Simondon, has to be viewed not just in utilitarian purposes or function, but from the point of view of the relational aspect that technology always brings about. So one of the key issues that I've been interested in studying by asking questions to the brain all over my career is the notion of experience. Most neuroscientists are focusing on knowledge. I think that before getting to knowledge, we should first address the way we live in the world, which in my hands translates into the way we experience the world. So aesthetic and experience are going to be the compass of my brief talk today. And I would like to start with a contrasted notion of aesthetic experience that has been recently put forward by a colleague, Marcos Nadal, who during an international conference hosted by Padua University last June made the following statement. My argument in a nutshell is that the notion of aesthetic experience is one of the major limitations to progress in empirical aesthetics. I heartily disagree with this statement for a variety of reasons. And the main reason is that we should first agree upon a definition of aesthetics. And a definition which I largely agree upon was recently proposed by the American philosopher Mark Johnson in his book, The Aesthetics of Meaning and Thought. Begin quote, aesthetics extends broadly to encompass all the processes by which we enact meaning through perception, bodily movement, feeling, and imagination. In other words, all meaningful experience is aesthetic experience, end of quote. So, starting from the etymology of the word aesthesis, the multimodal perception of the world through the body, if we make this starting assumption, then our empirical investigation of aesthetics in this broader notion and the experience we make of it appears immediately suitable to an embodied approach which characterizes at least part of the contemporary neuroscientific investigation. There is a further element why I decided to talk about aesthetic experience today. We are talking about human nature, and we will struggle during these 2 days to think about new ways of imagining the human. In that respect, I think if there is anything unique of our species is our obsession, to use a notion that surfaced in the last part of Catherine's talk. We are literally obsessed with two things: making images and narrating and listening to stories. So image making is one of the distinctive features of what make us human. So I'm always appalled by the fact that this is not one of the key areas of investigation from my colleague neuroscientists. Actually, it's the other way around. If you come up with something that tries to combine aesthetic and neuroscience, you are addressed by some of your colleagues in a very discouraging way. They pinpoint the fact that this kind of topics should better reserved for a retirement age. I'm not that close to retirement, but still I keep on investigating aesthetics for the reasons I try to outline. Now let's put together aesthetics and experience, and I think a good way to do it is to rely on the contribution by John Dewey, who in 1934, in his wonderful Artist Experience book, wrote, begin of quote, "In order to understand the meaning of artistic products, we have to forget them for a time, to turn aside from them and have recourse to the ordinary forces and conditions of experience that we do not usually regard as aesthetic." And this is exactly what we did, David Friedberg, an art historian, and I, already 13 years ago, when we tried to resurrect the notion of Einfühlung and apply it to aesthetic experience with this paper. We bracketed, we were up to a sort of aesthetic epoche. We bracketed the artistic dimension of visual works of art and tried to focus more on the embodied phenomena that are induced in the course of contemplating such works by virtue of their being images. We also illustrated the neural mechanisms that underpin the empathetic power of images and showed that embodied simulation, to which I will refer later on in the talk, and the empathetic feelings it generates as a crucial role. But what is an experience? Again, I think the pragmatist contribution here comes handy. In the same book, at the beginning of it, John Dewey wrote, begin of quote, "Experience is the result," the red emphasis is mine, "the result, the sign, and the reward of that interaction of organism and environment, which, when it is carried to the full, is a transformation of interaction into participation and communication." And as I was listening to Catherine during her talk, I was thinking that this reward component of experience could be related to the notion of addiction, at least the way addiction was spelled out by Professor Malabou. So I'm devoted to the search of the genesis of aesthetic experience. I think that the experience of images can be empirically studied to reveal their bodily neurobiological grounding elements, and the purchase of this empirical enterprise is the following, at least in my hypothesis: to acquire a better understanding of what the concepts referring to aesthetics and art are made of. Here's another prominent thinker that influenced quite a great. Here is from The Production of Presence, What Meaning Cannot Convey, a book he published in 2004. What we call aesthetic experience, aesthetisches Erleben, always provides us with certain feelings of intensity we cannot find in the historically and culturally specific everyday worlds that we inhabit. This is a further dimension that makes aesthetic experience very interesting for someone like me. And he goes on saying another important point of view on these topics. Every human contact with the things of the world contains both a meaning and a presence component. The situation of aesthetic experience is specific in as much as it allows us to live both these components in their tension. I would apply this twofold account of our relation to the world. The main pitfall of cognitive neuroscience has been to focus almost exclusively on the knowledge, meaning aspect of our relation to the world, totally forgetting the experiential and presence aspects of it. I'm not so fond of neuroaesthetics as it has been spelled out, namely using the brain in order to understand what art and beauty are all about. So to speak, part away from this perspective, I found very inspiring the contribution coming from some quarters of anthropology. Here I will make two short quotes, one from Tim Ingold, the second one from Ellen Dissanayake. Tim Ingold, in The Perception of the Environment, wrote, begin quote, "Hunters and gatherers of the past were painting and carving, but they were not producing art. We must cease thinking of painting and carving as modalities of the production of art and view art instead as one rather peculiar and historically very specific objectification of the activities of painting and carving." And in the same vein, Ellen Dissanayake wrote, "This forces us to neglect beauty. Beauty is not so crucial if we want to talk about these topics, particularly if we address this topic, as we should, from a more global perspective, less Western-centric perspective. It's hard to be done, particularly if you're up to do experiments, but it can be done." Ellen Dissanayake wrote, "This forces us to consider the arts as behaviors that may have no necessary connection with beauty." So how do we embody images? Well, the short answer, I don't know exactly, but what I'm going to tell you in the following minutes is an attempt to start addressing this question by using neuroscience as a tool. So basically, we are asking a question to this guy. This image is partial, though. When I refer to the body, bear in mind, I always refer to the brain body. So there is a hyphen connecting brain and body. I don't think the mind is inside the skull, okay? Some people believe it, I don't. I think we need to encompass the brain, the body, and the relation of the brain body with the world. To use Georg North's expression, I side entirely with him, I'm a relational realist, so to speak. So the first enterprise is to challenge what I designate as the visual brain imperialism in aesthetics, but more largely in our perception of the world. Notably, to consider vision a specific modular enterprise of the so-called visual part of the brain. This is clearly false. We know it since almost 20 years. So against the primacy of the visual brain in aesthetics, observing the world is definitely and by far more complex than the mere activation of the back of our brain, the visual brain. Vision, like all perceptual activity, is multimodal and synesthetic. It encompasses the activation always of motor, somatosensory, emotion-related brain networks. And here, in order to understand vision, we must bring in the notion of practognosia, as Merleau-Ponty put it forward. Our motor potentialities shape and define the world we perceive. When we think about the motor part of our brain, we instinctively think that that part of the brain was selected in order to set our body into motion. This is only partly true. We activate extensively the motor system even when we don't produce any movement. Those motor potentiality are a key ingredient to build a representation of the world we relate to. So when I speak of multimodal motor integration, I refer to the fact that the motor system is a key protagonist in blending all possible sources of sensory information about the world, anchoring those sources to the motor potentialities that our body instantiate and that are mapped by our motor system. Frontoparietal motor areas are neurally integrated, not only to control action, but also to serve the function of building an integrated, bodily formatted mapping of our actions, of the objects we relate to, of the locations to which actions are directed. So spatial mapping, spatial representation also heavily relies on these motor potentialities that Merleau-Ponty defined as practognosia. So let me briefly turn to the way we make experience of man-made images. Aesthetic experience, when referring to man-made images, is always an act, a mediated form of intersubjectivity. The cultural artifact is the go-between, the mediator between two subjectivities, the subjectivity of the creator of the cultural artifact and the subjectivity of the individuals that are experiencing those cultural artifacts. This brings in the notion of intersubjectivity, which I spell out from a bodily point of view. To me, intersubjectivity at its roots means intercorporeality. And to speak of intercorporeality, I bring on the notion of mirror neurons. We discovered them in the macaque brain, but now we know they are present also in many other species, the human species, singing birds, bats, rodents, most likely also in other mammals. They distinctively map and guide our motor behavior, but they also respond when we are witnessing the motor behavior of others. And just a brief aside, which nevertheless is really important if we factor in the digital mediascape in which we are all immersed. These neurons not only respond when the action is played live in front of the macaque, but they respond also when the macaque is exposed to a bidimensional digital representation of the very same action. The vast majority of neurons respond to both. Some, like this neuron, prefer, like the orange curve denotes, the naturalistic action, this one, but also heavily respond to the filmed action. Some other neurons respond with equal intensity to both, which means that in a pre-linguistic species, action and action representation tap into the same neural network and neural machinery, which has deep consequences on the way we relate and become addicted to the digital world, the parallel world in which most people spend more and more time of their life. But that's another talk. I have no time to talk about that. Okay, what do we learn about mirror mechanisms in the human brain? We learn the following. Many cortical sites are activated during the execution, the observation, and the imagination of object-directed transitive action, communicative symbolic action, and mere bodily movements. But there's an even more interesting fact about these mirroring responses. This mirroring mechanism kicks in not only when we are exposed to the dynamic vision of action as it develops naturally, but also to static images portraying action. And the more dynamic is the static image portraying a given action, the more intense become the motor resonance that can be recorded from the observer's brain. Let me tell something about mental imagery. What do we learn? And here I must quote one of the most prominent neuroscientists I have had the chance and the privilege to get acquainted with. Is a French neuroscientist, the late Marc Jeannereau. Marc Jeannereau was a pioneer in the study of mental motor imagery. Is one of the first, together with Jean de City, to provide empirical evidence about the extraordinary overlapping between the neural network that enable us to act and the neural network that enable us to imagine acting. The activation of motor, but also visual areas during mental motor or visual imagery, respectively, qualify as forms of embodied simulation, likely defining the experiential backbone not only of what we perceive, but also what we experience by merely imagining it. The boundary, therefore, between the real world, the factual world, and the fictional one is far less sharp than one might have thought. Seeing real action and their representation share the activation of parts of cerebral circuit they use in common. As I showed you before in macaques, this holds true even at the single neuron level. This dual neural activation can be described in terms of neural reuse and of the correlated notion of embodied simulation. Let me tell you something about the way we translate a static image into a story, into a narrative. Through the movement captured in the image of an instant, like this wonderful Caravaggio epitomizes wonderfully, the observer transforms the instant into the story of a movement that comes from the past and continues projected into the future. We recognize the instant as part of a movement that has a past and a future. The past is the movement that has taken the body or that limb up to the moment depicted in the image we are observing. The future is the predictable, or to spell it in more fashionable term, predictable. Now everybody speaks about prediction. The future is the predictable, or predicted would be more fashionable, spatial trajectory and the final point of arrival that the body or limb will plausibly reach after a time which is inversely proportional to the kinetic energy deployed. Embodied simulation has the power to transform the image into the figure of a story, because we simulate that temporal trajectory which is evoked by the static image that nevertheless contains a past and a future in it. But mirroring simulation for action is just the tip of a much bigger iceberg. As I usually say, we were indeed the first to demonstrate that similar simulating mechanisms also apply to emotions, for example, disgust, namely the same brain area that kicks in when I experience physical disgust is also activated when I witness the facial expression of disgust manifested by someone else. And touch. When my body is touched, a variety of networks is active. The tactile brain, so to speak, is activated. But part of the very same network, here notably the second somatosensory area, this is why every sensory perception is always multimodal, is also activated when I observe the body of someone else being touched. And the same applies also to pain, for example. So the mirror mechanism is wider than macaque mirror neurons that, as we originally described them, were confined in the domain of motor behavior. It maps the sensory aspects of the action, emotion, or sensation of another onto the perceiver's own neural mapping of the very same actions, emotions, or sensation. And this mapping enables one to perceive the action, emotion, or sensation of another as if performing that action or experiencing some content of that emotion or sensation, which of course, it doesn't imply that the mind of the other is transparent to me. We are preserved from that nightmare. This is not so, and this is not only the unique way to make sense of other behavior. There are a more cognitive inferential mechanism that we may resort to, particularly when the situation is ambiguous. But what has been constantly left out of the picture is this more direct way of making sense of others' behavior that we share with many other mammals. So I came up with the idea that I needed a notion to keep all the pieces of the mosaic together, and I came up with the idea that this notion, this concept, could be designated as embodied simulation. Embodied simulation, according to my hypothesis, provides a unified account of non-verbal and verbal aspects of interpersonal relations that likely play an important role in shaping the self, its identity, and shared cultural practices through repetition and rituals. But again, this would be another talk. But I was making connections as long as Catherine was speaking of those concepts. Embodied simulation reveals a unified functional mechanism connecting reality with imaginary and fictional worlds. And it also links at the functional level symbol making and symbol reception. When looking at the graphic sign, like this wonderful specimen of our very early predecessor that has been digged out in Blombos near Cape Town in South Africa and has been dated 70,000 years before present. It's a piece of ochre with these geometric incisions. When looking at the graphic sign like this, we demonstrated that, not with this image, but with others, we unconsciously simulate the gesture that has produced it, and this unconscious response includes body deframing and sensory motor activation of the simulating kind. For example, when we observe handwritten letters, Chinese ideograms, or scribbles, we activate part of the motor system that would normally enable us to draw those very same graphic signs. Similarly, when we behold the slashes on canvas by Lucio Fontana or the brushstroke of Franz Klein, we internally replicate those gestures, although our muscles, as we showed, are totally silent, but part of our motor system is frantically active in replicating those gestures. And this is part of the aesthetic experience of those images. Of course, it's only one component that has to be framed, that has a lot of cognitive top-down and contextual modulating effect, but it's there. And it's there in everyone we tested so far, no matter how deeply they are into art, no matter how even capable they are of recognizing these images as artworks. And of course, we apply the same logic to film. experience. We investigated camera movements, and for example, we were able to demonstrate that the Steadicam is so effective in dragging us into the screen, making us part of the were taken from paintings of the Renaissance and Baroque era portraying physical pain, or images taken from paintings of the same era portraying relaxed, neutral, non-emotionally charged human faces. And we ask people to express their explicit aesthetic judgment in two conditions: when they were relaxed, or when they were asked to actively frowning, contracting their corrugator supercilius, namely mimicking the painful expression they were looking at. And the results show that when adopting this posture, they were rating the painful images as more aesthetically beautiful with respect to when they were expressing that judgment with their facial muscle totally relaxed. However, this manipulation did not affect the aesthetic rating of the neutral faces. So there is a link between embodiment, mimicry, and the expression of the aesthetic judgment. It's not entirely detached, keeping the emotions at bay as traditionally post-Kantian aesthetic maintained. And these are the figures. Okay, I'm almost done. Man-made images are the locus of virtual interaction, constituting a sophisticated form of mediated intersubjectivity. These elements are connected to the function of embodied simulation. The ways through which beholders connect to images are not just offline mental processes, but they are primarily online bodily forms of intersubjectivity. The meaning of images, all kinds of images, does not depend uniquely on concepts and propositions, but it relies on sensory-motor schemas which get the viewer literally in touch with them, as metaphorically beautifully shown by this frame taken from Ingmar Bergman's Persona, which get the viewer literally in touch with them, shaping a multimodal form of embodied simulation which exploits all the potentialities of our brain body. Embodied simulation as a model of perception imagination generates the peculiar quality of the embodied scene as that plays a significant role in aesthetic experience. And it is one important ingredient of our appreciation of human creative expressions. So the intercorporeality implied by embodied simulation, in my opinion, represents a valid starting point to analyze the mode of presence of man-made images and to shed new light on viewers' responses. And this is all about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gallese, for a very interesting presentation and talk. And I'm being here in a role of Hermes, collecting questions and transmitting them to you. So we have a question from the viewer on YouTube. Alexei Bayesh is asking you a question, and I will read it to you.
Yeah.
He's asking, would the same ideas apply to aesthetic experiences of hierophanies, epiphanies, and other religious experiences where one experiences a synesthetic overload?
Well, the short answer is maybe, I don't know. A more elaborate answer to this interesting question is that, well, nevertheless, I would need to think longer to it. In principle, I would say yes, to the extent that the object of the experience is something that it is cognitively taken for granted, but at least in our Western and particularly Catholic tradition is incarnated since millennia in a variety of bodily images.
All right. Thank you very much. Would there be any questions? I'm keeping an eye on YouTube, but from the speakers, yeah, Professor Malabou would like to ask.
Thank you so much for this beautiful talk. What I liked was is the perspective you open on neurology, which is absolutely anti-reductionist and anti-reductive, open to artistic creation. So thank you very much for that. I have a question that is a bit related to my talk. How do you explain then refusals of empathy? When, for example, if you take the current crisis, when people negate the danger, when they say, no, we're not concerned with that, there's no pandemics, it's an invention, and this incapacity in which they are to share, or as you said very beautifully, to get in touch with the, let's say, collective consciousness. How do you explain that?
Well, thank you. That's a very complex question that has, I think it's a multidimensional problem. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be certain that this sort of negationist behavior is entirely related to a lack of empathy. I think that these people empathize with something else. They empathize with the sort of religious myth. And it is not coincidental, for example, that in the United States, there is such a strong, I don't want to generalize, and I'm not deeply into these issues, so forgive my naivete in a way, but at least scratching these issues from the surface, which means getting informed to a variety of media sources, it looks like there is a strong connection between, at least in the United States, between negationism and evangelical churches and the book of Revelation. Okay, if you discipline your life, you inform your choices, not on the basis of what you hear from Professor Fauci, but by relying literally on the book of Revelation, you can explain a variety of things. I think these people, they empathize a lot with their religious leader. They empathize a lot with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is diabolically good in exploiting this sort of empathy that can be triggered by combining religious belief with politics and fake news. I think it's a kind of masterpiece in communication, really hard to be challenged.
So would you call that an aesthetic experience as well?
Oh yeah, okay. By all means. And what I found interesting, one of the many things I found interesting in your talk is when you spoke about narcolepsy, and it immediately rang a bell because I've been thinking about lately the connection between aesthetics and anesthesia. So I think we are on a parallel turf here, or on a common ballpark, because I think that precisely through repetition, when repetition leads to obsessive compulsive behavior, I'm totally with you. I think your analysis is perfect and up to the point. We need this kind of analysis to read contemporaneity in the digital, where the digital mediascape has such a prominent role. COVID only overemphasized things that were clear well before the pandemic started. I think all this leads to a sort of anesthesia, which might be, in the first place, anesthesia to facts, because facts requires different sort of intellectual mediation, less empathetic, more rational, less dependent on gut feelings, while on the other hand, religious belief and, this would be turned into a dialogue, but I hope I at least partially addressed some of your concerns.
All right, thank you. I see Kristupas Sabolius would like to ask something, so
yes.
Go on.
Thank you, Professor Gallese, for such a thought-provoking presentation. And I would have many questions, but I hope we can proceed later on during the discussion.
Thanks.
But I have a very short one. discussing embodied simulation and a functional mechanism connecting reality with their imaginary world. Basically, you also mentioned something like neural reuse. Could you elaborate this further? Because I'm kind of triggered.
I had to go very, very fast. Thank you for the question. By neural reuse, which is a term that was first used I think in 2010 by Michael Anderson. I beforehand used the term neural exploitation. Dehaene in Paris spoke about neural recycling, neural exploitation, neural reuse. They all tap on the same phenomenon. We are not the outcome of the Murgus engineering project. We are the temporary result of biological evolution. So in that sense, we are very parsimonious. Nature is parsimonious. So whenever there is a very powerful pressure to develop new adapting skills, or that in the case of the mind can be defined as new cognitive technologies, new cognitive skills, we don't need to wait for a Deus ex machina solution like many cognitivists still like to believe. For example, Steve Pinker even came up with the idea that there is a grammar gene. Because of a genetic mutation, all of a sudden, our hairy ancestor found herself speaking to others. This is, I don't want to define it, but I mean, it's not serious stuff. I mean, we acquire new feature by means of exaptation, to use a very useful concept put forward by Stephen Jay Gould, by exploiting, reusing, in the case of the brain, neural networks that were selected to support other purposes that comes handy also to be adapted through plasticity to support new function when this function becomes urgent because of their adaptive value. So I think to us, we reuse part of the neural network that we employ also to grasp this glass of water and sip water from it. So reuse means that brain circuit can serve different purposes. And according to the context, they switch in or off, and they combine dynamically with other parts of the brain to support different functions. So it's a very, another aspect of the dynamical nature of our neural networks. They are dynamic, not only in their function, but also in terms of their connectivity. And this dynamism plus dynamic connectivity can be reused to serve different purposes. So in order to map what's going on in the street, but also to map what I'm looking in the bidimensional screen when I'm at the movie theater, or et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you very much. I believe we can squeeze in one last question, and we have it from Dario Cecchi, who typed it for me privately, saying that his internet connection is not very stable. So I will read it out. First, Dario, thanks for the very interesting talk. And if Dario is okay, I would cut straight to the question due to time. And the question is the following. Would you say, as a scientist, that, Dario says that he is quite convinced that the embodied simulation described by Professor Gallese has the power of refreshing our symbolic sources. It is, by the way, what Dewey argues, of course, having another scientific background. So Dario is asking, would you say as a scientist that the opposite is possible too? In other words, may our symbolic constructs, works of art and the others, have a background effect as a sort of acceptation effect on our mind? That's the question.
Well, if I understood correctly, the question deals with the possibility to internalize the aesthetic experiences evoked by our relation to symbolic objects or cultural artifacts and affect the way we live and the way we relate to the world, also when we are not indulging in such aesthetic experience of those particular objects. Is that correct, Dario? Okay, so the answer is yes, by all means. I think this relates to plasticity on the one hand, to implicit memories on the other, and habits. So I like to think that the way we relate to the world is the dynamic play of what we acquired before. And as we relate to the world, there is a constant dynamic change of what was acquired before. So art, take cinema. Cinema, from the very beginning, colonizes people's imagination. We use tropes, characters that come from movies, and we constantly employ them to navigate in the more prosaic non-fictional world. We do it constantly. Now, with the digital mediascape, this has increased by several orders of magnitude. So, for example, I think our cities, Paris, Venice, Florence, Rome, Vilnius, I've never been, unfortunately, to Vilnius, so I will refrain to using Vilnius as an example. You tell me if that happens in Vilnius too, have been slowly transformed into their own iconic image. You see, so Venice is not anymore Venice, but it becomes more and more similar to Las Vegas Venice. You see, the physical body is not just your physical body, but is through media app, but more importantly, through cosmetic surgery, it's becoming more and more like the prototypical model of beauty, a celebrity of the digital mediascape. I name one for all, Miss Kardashian, who in turns is the outcome of a very complex cosmetical surgery history. So we want to become like a model, but the model is in turn a model. I mean, it's simulacra all over the place. I think French thinkers, in many respects, Baudrillard, Debord, they got it right. And nowadays, I'm reading Badiou, who said, we have a problem in defining what reality is. I think it's totally right. Also, because of this incorporation of the images we are constantly exposed to, even more so after the digital mediascape and the smartphone took over from 2007 onwards.
All right, thank you very much, Professor. I see that there's more questions flowing, but we are very pressed with time. I hope we will have more time in the panel discussion. So now it is time for a break, which we will have of 10 minutes. So we meet sharp. So Vilnius time, it will be 1 p.m. and other time zones, please deduct. And so 10 minutes break, and then we meet for one more presentation and the panel discussions. So okay. See you all soon.
Bye.
welcome back to the second part of our morning session. And here we have one more talk by Kristupas Sabolius this time, and a panel discussion. So to move forward, Kristupas Sabolius is representing Vilnius University and MIT. He's a professor of philosophy and an author of numerous books as well as essays, signalizing a contradictory function of imagination as it appears in all the major theories of Western thought. He has been involved in numerous artistic projects, is an active public intellectual, educator, and writer of novels, theater plays, and film scripts. Professor Sabolius today will read a presentation called We Are Milieus. So before giving the word to Professor Sabolius, I just remind you that you are very welcome to ask questions on YouTube, and we are sorry if we don't manage to ask all of them, but time is really pressing and you are quite active, so we are doing our best. So Professor, the floor is yours.
Once again, I'm very honored to be in the company of all these distinguished speakers. And also, I have to say that I was really inspired. I'm looking forward to the discussion later on. And today, I would like to join the conversation by proposing some of the ideas I've been working on lately. My talk is entitled We Are Milieus. And in this talk, I will try to elaborate some parallels between two concepts that I find philosophically important in the light of, for example, eco-critical challenges of today. So I will share some slides now. Two concepts that I mentioned before that are the idea of milieu as problematized philosophically by Georges Canguilhem and Gilbert Simondon, and the idea of symbiosis as proposed by Beth Dempster and Donna Haraway. So I suggest that an attuned development of these concepts may provide a fruitful strategy in revalorizing the human in relation to its environment. By exercising this comparison, I will argue that the concept of milieu may become instrumental not only biologically, scientifically, and philosophically, but in terms of eco-critical and or even environmental pedagogy as a tool to conceive and cultivate symbiosis in practice. My claim is that milieu provides a specific optics of imagination that empowers the cultivation of collectivity, not necessarily shaped by the predominance of human superiority and exceptionalism. In parallel with Dempster's description of symbiotic systems, a better understanding of milieu can help to conceive it without being seduced of sometimes seemingly naive efforts of posthuman theory suggesting the ways to overcome the human, rather as a question of renewed communality. So the otherness of the human, I argue, could lie in the proximity of its associated milieu, using the term by Simondon. It is already interwoven in the relation with heterogeneity that starts within the human, within the subject, departs from it and bonds it at the same time with the different layers of surrounding world. Well, I'm sure that biological implications of this context will be demonstrated in tomorrow's Scott Gilbert's presentation, who will speak about the idea of holobiont. However, let me start also by proposing a specific case that is also used to describe the milieu in biology, a specific milieu, that is the biotop. The biotop, the term itself, combines two ancient Greek words, bios meaning life and topos meaning place. It was coined by the German scientist Friedrich Dahl in 1908, who used this term to indicate a concrete habitat in which a particular group of animal and plant species live. So conceived as a milieu suitable for living beings, this term may seem primarily a topographical concept, as it describes a specific place of life, and also identified by a number of geological, geographical, climatological characteristics, which provide the living conditions of the beings who coexist in concrete location. So the relative stability of these conditions help to individuate the criteria for circumscribing the limits of given biotope. However, the meaning of concept gradually changed, eventually producing a new definition of the biotope. As observed by marine scientists like Connor and Hiscock, the contemporary meaning is expressed by the formula biotope equals habitat plus community, thus drawing together both the physical environment, habitat, and its distinctive assemblage of conspicuous species. So a habitat is defined according to a geographical location, physiographic features, and the physical and chemical environment. If we speak about the marine habitats, so they include salinity, wave exposure, strength of tidal streams, etc. While community is described as a group of organisms occurring in a particular environment, presumably interacting with each other and with the environment, and identifiable by means of ecological survey from other groups. I quoted from Hiscock and Tyler research here. Thus, a species has a certain habitat, but the group of species that share an ecosystem with the species in a geographic region share a biotope. Today, biotope, understood as the milieu of life, became one of the fundamental tools to analyze the processes that keep together the living and non-living components of ecosystems. However, rather than describing biotope as a certain place of relative stability, we might better conceive it as an interconnected network, both geographical, biological, and social, that keeps the given community in tension. So the notable aspect of a contemporary understanding of biotope brings forth the concept of correlationality. Now, we know that correlation is a famous term in philosophy now. So but we see that to exist in a biotope, we need to be correlational by cultivating its intensity and various modalities as a fundamental factor in understanding the milieu. The history of the concept of milieu undergoes interesting transformation, as it was shown in The Living and Its Milieu, a widely read essay by Georges Canguilhem. He traces back the implications of that shifts in trajectory of the term, as elaborated by a variety of scientists and thinkers, such as Lamarck, Darwin, Uexküll, Comte, and others. In fact, born in the context of mechanics and biology, the term milieu is gradually charged with philosophical meaning that puts at the center the question of creativity. To what extent do we create environment and we are created by environment, by it? So in this context, it would be useful to remind a few important points from the history. Georges Canguilhem reminds us that the concept of milieu was imported from mechanics to biology, and according to Canguilhem, Newton introduces this term in order to explain the interaction between the physical objects at a distance. So taken mechanistically, the milieu emerges from the analysis of the centers of forces that mutually influence each other. As reductive as this perspective may seem, the latter understanding, Newtonian understanding that was omnipresent in biology as well in 19th century, enables to draw two important points. The first one is that the concept of milieu is reciprocally relational. The second one is that it comprises the unrepresented realms that partake in the above-mentioned interaction, meaning that the concept of milieu implies the strata that cannot be easily perceived or articulated, at least from the first sight. So, differently put, in focusing on the reciprocal influence of bodies, we tend to remain out of focus in respect of the agency of the environment. So milieu is something that we don't see. We don't realize. We are not aware of milieu. And this, I think, could be a fruitful parallel with Marshall McLuhan the concept of media. So basically, the media distorts. Media is the message, as he famously put it. So media composes the message. Media is a part of the message, but we never really are aware of it. So the situation is very similar with the milieu. So this way, we downplay the conditioning effect produced by the field between the two centers. Milieu is never neutral. As the mediating power, it produces distortions and deviations. Canguilhem has also shown that the philosophy of Auguste Comte was highly influential to the biological conception of milieu. When considering this question in course of positive philosophy, Comte proposes to think of milieu against aforementioned mechanistic Newtonian interpretation, rather than material that fills out the gaps, for example, ether. It ought to be viewed as an ensemble of external circumstances. And these circumstances are precisely what ensures the possibility of the existence of an organism. Nonetheless, tries to grasp the biological meaning of milieu, his approach, even if he tries to catch this biological meaning, his approach remains fundamentally mathematical. The connection between the organism and the milieu is interpreted as the relation between function and the ensemble of variables. So one can define function through variables and variables through function. Canguilhem writes, Comte, I quote, and you see the quote on the screen. Comte posing the biological problem of relations between the organism and the milieu in the form of a mathematical problem. In a given milieu and given an organ, find the function and vice versa. So the link between the organism and the milieu is thus that of a function to an ensemble of variables, an equation by way of which, all other things being equal, one can determine the function by the variables and each variable by the function, end quote. Therefore, Comte's thinking about the relation between the organism and the milieu rests on the search of equilibrium. In principle, this is akin to the solving of mathematical equation, where both sides, the living being and the surrounding environment, dwell in the relation of correspondence. Once the quantifiable parameters of the milieu are described, we should be able to gain the solution, the totality of functions of an organism. So this is a complete determinism, I would say. Comte also offers a concretization of these parameters according to which we could determine the function of a living being in the milieu. These variables are weight, air, I quote, weight, air, water, pressure, movement, heat, electricity, and chemical species. All factors that can be studied experimentally and quantified by measurements, end quote. What we see here is, of course, the reduction of the quality of an organism to an ensemble of quantities. The tendency is still omnipresent in a variety of theoretical approaches. So for the sake of a stronger contrast, I would like to juxtapose Comte's consideration with Simondon's idea of associated milieu. In fact, if for Comte biological existence is solved through the search of complete determination, Simondon proposes to think of the organism as not complete being. One should impose neither a strict spatial limit nor a fixed temporal end upon it. In fact, an individual cannot be conceived as an isolated reality. It is, I quote, being and relation. He is the center. Be grasped as a relative reality, a certain phase of being, which presupposes before itself a pre-individual reality, and which, even after the individuation, does not exist on its own, since individual does not exhaust the potentialities of pre-individual reality in one stroke. On the other hand, what individuation brings forth is not only the individual, but also the individual milieu couple. So this is a very important point. End quote. We speak about the subjectivity that is encapsulated in individual milieu couple. So individual is never free out of its milieu. And there is another crucial aspect here, the dimension of heterogeneity. If for Comte, for example, the relation was to be solved by inducing the transition between seemingly homogeneous realms, that is, the living being and its milieu are conceived mathematically commensurate to each other. For Simondon, the associated milieu is not compatible with the individual. It refers to the potentiality that does not belong to the individual. It is the field of otherness that the organism carries with it. So in this regard, Simondon employs the concept of potential energy. As we know from classical physics, it designates type of energy stored in a body of, or a system of bodies that is based on their mutual position or state. So precisely the being in relation that is the ground of the existence of potential energy. So philosophically put, this relationship is bound to the non-coincidence of beings. I quote Simondon. The capacity for energy to be potential is closely connected to the relation of heterogeneity, to the dissymmetry in respect to another energy support, end quote. So the necessity of heterogeneous relation is the very condition of individuation, and it is precisely what brings forth the process of change. Potentialities are intensified by actively cultivating heterogeneous relations, whose field of distribution is none other than the milieu surrounding individual. And starting from the simplest forms, the living faces the challenge of keeping the ambiguous role of boundaries. Le vivant vit à la limite de lui-même, sur sa limite, says Simondon. You know, the living being lives on the limit, on its own limit. So it is here we encounter the problem of milieu, existing on the limit, or even being its own limit, or more importantly, being connected to the field of potentialities that lie outside the individual. In fact, the milieu points to the important aspect of determination that is always at stake in the process of individuation. Living beings, as long as they exist, are constantly redrawing their limits. This is their raison d'être, not to be granted. A determined essence is the essence of life. As observed by Andrea Bardin, you can see the quote on the slide. I quote, "One can notice that at each level, the more the individual is linked to its pre-individual milieu, the more it remains open to a non-deterministic functioning. That is because after individuation, being has a past and the pre-individual becomes a phase. And nevertheless, it remains pre-individual, that is not structured phase of a system individual milieu," end quote. So one can say that the milieu constitutes the field of relations that link the individual to the openness of not fully determined potentiality, not predetermined potentiality. This is why the more the individual is linked to its milieu, the less it functions deterministically. So now I switch to the second part of my presentation, and I will try to say a few words on the idea of sympoiesis. As it is well known, sympoiesis is an important term that appears in the context of Donna Haraway's thinking. In Staying with the Trouble, she elaborates the concept, which originally was proposed by Beth Dempster, a scholar of environmental studies. And Dempster juxtaposed the sympoiesis with autopoiesis, a term that was elaborated by Umberto Maturana and Francisco Varela. So Haraway says, I quote, "Sympoiesis is a simple word. It means making with. Nothing makes itself. Nothing is really autopoietic or self-organizing. In the words of In-Fiat Computer World Game, earthlings are never alone. That is the radical implication of sympoiesis. Sympoiesis is a word proper to complex, dynamic, responsive, situated historical systems. It is a word for worldling with, in company," end quote. One can recall that in her contradistinctive analysis of ecosystem and partly social systems, Dempster argues that in contrast to autopoietic systems, sympoietic systems are, I quote, characterized by cooperative amorphous qualities. They recurrently reproduce a self-similar pattern of relations through continued complex interactions among their many different components. Rather than delineating boundaries, interactions among components are the self-organizing capabilities of a system organized as defining qualities. Systemhood does not depend on production of boundaries, but on the continuing complex and dynamic relations among components and other influences. The concept emphasizes linkages, feedback, cooperation, the synergetic behavior rather than boundaries, end quote. So as we see in table number 1, the production of boundaries is the first and the most important feature that helps to understand the difference between the two concepts. Philosophically, one can argue that autopoietic system is a biological articulation of a metaphysical domain of individuals that maintain their substantial equilibrium by constantly reproducing the same set of structural relations within clearly defined boundaries. So the logic along the Deleuzian lines, I would say, the logic of self-representation remains fundamental here. The two main operative gestures of autopoiesis are still resemblance and limitation. You can recall the, the description of representation in Bergsonians by Deleuze. One might say these systems tend to reproduce only what has the potential to become representable to themselves. However, there is a danger falling into the illusion of polarization. Sympoiesis must not be conceived as the radical opposition to autopoiesis. Dempster puts it, as Dempster puts it, the former systems are not totally open, but should be described as organizationally ajar, meaning that this type of organization is subjected to the rules of structural organization that incorporates both agencies, what is traditionally called an individual, so active center, and I would add its milieu. The sim of the sympoiesis, in my view, refers namely to the creative potential of the environment where this poetical exchange happens. So being semi-open is also the question of scale. You can, as you can see in the table number 2, sympoietic systems fall under the category of what is traditionally conceived of, as a group of individual species, or to be more precise, as an interdependent environment of multiple species. That could be described also as a biotoph, if you wish. So due to their, I quote Dempster, due to their characteristics, autopoietic systems require specific predictable inputs from the sympoietic systems they are embedded within. Yet the latter depend on uncertainty and continual change for their continued existence. The uncertainty and continual change, of course, results from the complex interactions among the increasingly complex autopoietic systems. End quote. So, I stop sharing my slides here and continue in person. At this point, it would be important to stress that the Simondonian project, emphasizing the couple of individual milieu, as fruitful as it might be, in the light of the idea of sympoiesis, could be recontextualized and elaborated further. Today, we cannot only think of organisms as directly related to milieus, but also perceive ourselves as someone else's milieu. In fact, sympoiesis redirects us to the polemics of entanglement that we encounter in the thinking of Karen Barat, for example. What does it mean to be primordially bound with the otherness? What is the sim of sympoiesis that testifies the ontological primordiality of heterogeneity? I would suggest that by drawing this parallel between sympoiesis and milieu, we can start performing an exercise in perspectival perspectival imagination. So that is the type of imagination that, rather than relying on the fundamental precondition of ego, could depart from the individual as already being in the position of otherness, being a milieu for the other. And this kind of imagination continuously poses us a challenge of educational manner. What do we need to assume the perspective of otherness? In symbiotic systems, every member is each other's milieu, conditioning the process of mutual individuation without preconceived teleology of becoming. Since this modality of symbiotically conceived communities is not based on fully determined states, the individual partake in mutual development, creatively redrawing each other's boundaries. In this sense, who is an individual and who is a milieu becomes only a matter of perspective. On the other hand, it preconsiders a certain choreography of plasticity, as, for example, proposed by Catherine Malabou. This is exactly the question of a procedure of formation that encompasses the famous triple meaning of the concept of plasticity. You know that it designates both the ability to receive, to give, and to destroy form. So what does it mean to receive the form of the otherness? In what manner we are formed by the others? So in the above mentioned text, Georges Canguilhem, in the above mentioned text, Georges Canguilhem emphasizes this aspect by pointing out that inside a milieu, thereby the milieu becomes a category of the mutually conditioning and empowering relationality. I quote Canguilhem. The cell is a milieu for intracellular elements. It itself lives in an anterior milieu, which is sometimes on the scale of the organ and sometimes of the organism. The organism itself lives in a milieu that, in a certain fashion, is to the organism what the organism is to its components, end quote. So can we say that the ground of the symbiotic creativity lies in the animation of the unarticulated layers of collective potentiality, of being bound to someone who is alien to you, but still present by the side of yourself? So if symbiosis means that we are milieus in respect to each other, then the most pressing question is how and in what way should we cultivate the relations conditioning each and every one? In a certain sense, the question of the milieu calls for the reconsideration of the limits of the community we are creating. So who could be included in the milieu? Who could we imagine as being the part of the milieu? What links both the idea of milieu and the idea of symbiosis is the concept of not being fully determined. That is the idea of relational being or even correlational being. So this correlational being also escapes the subordination from the center of action. There is no center of governance that preconditions this determination. In this sense, both concepts preconceive co-creativity in the process of co-development. So as I try to show, it is namely because the milieu is incommensurate with the being, its heterogeneity results in providing a creative opening, so that enables the transformation of the individual. Milieu is always more than individual, and it is namely because of the latter characteristics all living beings are creative. Speaking practically, the problem of milieu can be set as a pedagogical project of imagination. How do geological and climatical cycles appear in a human scale environment, for example? Can geological and climatic domain obtain aesthetic form? Drawing on the considerations of Professor Gallese. How do environments create us? What are the political and cultural implications of our environmental interaction? How could we imagine our relations with animals and plants on urban scale? In what manner does the human milieu become an interface for viruses and bacteria? Drawing on the current state of affairs. How could we establish interspecies communication through biosemiotic approaches? all these questions are really important if we think of milieu as something that coordinates our imaginary optics. The idea of symbiotic milieu could be exercised also by proposing the new forms of community that provide an alternative dialectics of inclusion and exclusion, and not rejecting the human as outdated product to overcome, but rather testifying the new sets of relations that constitute the human with our heterogeneous companions. Rather than becoming other than ourselves, we need to learn the new ways of imagining otherness as an integral part of ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sabolius, for a very interesting presentation. We have our first questions flowing in. And I would like to read a question from Rachel H., who is asking if you could elaborate a little bit more about the relation between symbiotic system and post-normal science. I believe it was in your slides, and if you could talk about that a bit more.
Yeah, I guess this is Bev Dempster's idea. Sorry. Where are we stuck here? Can you see now the slides?
I believe not.
Okay. So Bev Dempster described in a few of her articles the difference between autopoietic and symbiotic systems, also providing, let's say, examples of the communities that could constitute these different kind of systems. And she says that, for example, if we conceive along the lines of Maturana and Varela, an individual as a self-reproducing mechanism, then in terms of symbiotic systems, we always need to think about community. And in this way, she's proposing to see what are the characteristic tendencies of the community. And for her, the tendency to reproduce itself as a expert-driven task, which is the usual and normal practice of a normal science, could be contrasted with, let's say, participatory process of post-normal science that could include something that is, but doesn't fall under the category of expertise. For example, the interdisciplinary relations between science and art. But that's my consideration, because it's not too much in her article about it. I would say that post-normal science would be a not fully determined science, which does not rely on a paradigm of something that is based on expertise, but rather on the openness to accept influences from the fields that are not necessarily considered as scientific. So let's call it post-normal science something that would allow to include other fields of knowledge, that the knowledge that is not necessarily produced in the science.
Thank you very much for the answer. Looking to source more questions, and if not, I will jump in with mine. I am still reflecting on one of the phrases that you said, which I believe quite summarizes what you've been trying to say for us to understand, that milieu is always more than an individual, right? Yeah. So I am thinking about the idea of responsibility for us and for the others, because I think in a traditional thought, we think of responsibility as of something which is primarily emerging from an individual. So is a responsibility for others possible if the idea of individual is kind of washed out in this view of milieus?
I don't think we can eliminate the idea of milieu, of the idea of individual in any sense. And that's why I had a few remarks regarding the context of post-human debates, when we can, well, there are different positions, but I would say I find it problematic to mark the development of the human into something that is not really human, because I think we are too addicted to our humanity, to put it along the lines of Catherine Malabou, today's talk. I don't think we have a problem with the individual. Individual remains, and it will remain, as a very important concept that defines our subjectivity. However, already in Simondon, we find this duo of milieu and individual as constituting the subject. So the subject is milieu plus individual. This means that in a way, I don't want to go into ontological considerations of Simondon's thinking, because it's a long story. But in a way, this means that we, as open human beings, we are constantly find ourselves in relation with heterogeneity, as I wanted to emphasize. So in that sense, I presume that namely because the heterogeneity, something that does not depend on us and something that is not really determined by us, raises the question of responsibility in wholly different manner. So if I am together with my otherness, if I'm already my otherness in a sense, does this mean that I need to be more careful about this otherness, and in the sense to be even more responsible of this otherness? So this wouldn't bring me into elimination of subjectivity in a way, but rather to the kind of exposing the relations, or reimagining the relations that constitute my subjectivity in more nuanced manner. So I think that we can pick up the question of responsibility from there, from the dynamics of inclusion and exclusion that I have mentioned here. I think we need to redefine the moment of collectivity in this sense. I think we need to search for the new ways of collectivity that comprises not only the human element, but that the factors, the agencies, the living beings and non-living beings that are not necessarily human. So in this way, I think we encounter the need of a different optics, I would say. So the responsibility departs from the change of how we conceive ourselves, in a way, of what constitutes the community that we're part of. And if the community is composed also of bacteria, viruses, and not only dogs and trees, maybe that kind of a responsibility would emerge as something that we would see in the light of this new relationality. So that relations that appear, that get concretized through the analysis of milieu, would formulate the new ways of being responsible. So I guess this is where the pedagogical or educational part starts. We might see the project of milieu as a constant education of ourselves in the light of these relations. Well, it's a very complicated issue in a way because of the things that were previously said during the conversation, during the debates in the morning session, meaning that we're too addicted to the forms of our selfhood, in a way that are used to cultivate a very convenient way of life. But and that basically brings me also to the question that I wanted to pose to Katerina. And I know if we can start the discussion here, but I kind of feel it very pressing. So I just formulated, and we'll see if we can proceed this way. I kind of feel that also the question of responsibility is deeply enrooted in the problem of that balance between activity and passivity. You mentioned that passivity basically drives the addiction. So what to do, how to overcome the passivity. And you know that the whole history of artistic avant-gardes, starting from 19th century and later on, was pointing to the idea of emancipation, you know, of the activity, of, in a way, of a certain responsibility to be active. So, so how would you, maybe you can also elaborate this, you know, how would you see this question also of activity as, well, as a failed project of the avant-garde in a way, because, you know, we've been talking about the emancipation of a spectator, emancipation of the public, of the audience for more than 100 years. But, well, still we are here, you know, looking at the screens and watching our Netflix and not too much caring about the world outside us. So I guess these are very related things, you know, the question of responsibility and the question of activity and the question of pedagogy. Why I kind of brought pedagogy in, because I think that pedagogy can maybe produce new habits, new optics. So I stop it here, and maybe if Catherine could join us.
Thank you very much, Kristupas. But maybe are we opening the discussion now, or?
I suggest we could move on for the panel discussion and open it with Kristupas'
Yes, okay.
question. And I would like to also welcome Professor Elizabeth Povinelli, who will take charge from here and will manage this rich discussion. So welcome.
I will only kind of help with the traffic going in one direction or another. I've been listening on, welcome everyone. I've been listening on YouTube. So it's been a really fantastic morning. Why don't we just dig in and Professor Malabou, I think a great way of starting is you engage the question.
Okay, yes, thank you very much.
Yeah. Some stuff that I could throw on the table.
I'm sorry, I had to turn my camera off because there was a glitch of some kind. Anyway, so I had to change rooms, etc. So Kristupas, thank you very much for this beautiful talk. So I go directly to your question. When you read Kant, for example, he has very strong rejection of the notion of habit. He says that in order to be active in a moral sense, in order to be autonomous, we should never rely on habit. He has this very violent passage in the second critique, where he says that habit is transforming us into, you know, this mechanism to turn the meat over fire. So clearly, I mean, the critical notion of activity in Western philosophy is very detached, very separated from any kind of habituation. So it is true that through time have moved away from that kind of concept, looking for something more pragmatic in people like James or Dewey, and thinking that action there can't be any action without habituation. Responsibility, you need to be educated to it. You need to be used to it. It is not something spontaneous. And I challenge this notion of spontaneous ethics. I mean, even Kant himself admits that we need pedagogy to become morally autonomous. So I think there is necessarily a dimension of passivity within activity, which is the pedagogic learning, the learning of activity. You cannot, I think, separate activity from habit.
Can I?
I
think no. This is fantastic because, it's great to hear how you kind of try to turn more, or you're thinking with the tradition of American pragmatism in its more radical form. Because indeed, as Peirce, especially in his later writings, described habit as the final interpretant of truth. So that truth is not a propositional statement, or it's not abstraction, but it's when the mind and whatever he thought the habits of reality come into correlation, right? And whether or not he thought that was ongoing forever or we could actually reach truth, that's one thing. So I think this is really that fabulousness in which he said the interpretant is the habit and the habitus of the body, and indeed query comes from irritation. That is the irritation between the mind, if you want, and its milieu, the milieu and the mind, right? So it's this, as the Italians thought, it was this very energetic understanding, right? But it takes us to a bunch of questions that listeners had that cluster around questions of the power to habituate, right? And it's where, say, James and Peirce are so interesting, because James always far more interested in the social power, the effect of social power on insisting that this habit counts as truth versus that, right? So I thought I would begin really extending this conversation and ask Katerina if, and this is a question from the listeners, is how you think of the broad political implications of, like, both expanding this notion of addiction, but also, addiction as the habits of the body, like, especially I think when we're watching, I'm in London, but I fled the US, when we're watching the like someone like Trump, who's trying to shape, direct, and create new habits of racism and whiteness, right? So how do we think about James in relation to Peirce, or politics in relation to this philosophy? And I think it's an open question, both for you and for the other folks on the panel.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It is true that at the moment we're forced to get new habits. For example, wearing the mask, or it's terrible. As I said, Smale recalls that addiction meant in the beginning subjection,
right,
alienation, so that it was a political concept. It is true, and that the leaders are people who try to impact new habits on people. This is what Spinoza said also very early, like they are developing sad passions in their subjects, etc. So my answer would be, tentatively, that precisely we have to resist any, new habits cannot come from above. We have to reject that conception of politics. I think we should oppose horizontal habit formation, develop our habitual practices by auto-organizations, collective organizations, cooperation, etc., on a mutual aid basis, rather than thinking that somebody above us will tell us, because there's something totally crazy when you think of someone telling you, this is the habit you should get. So
these are your habits. These are your,
yes.
But could I just push and then open up to everyone else?
Sure.
Or not push, but just like if I bring in James, because I think about this a lot actually. So I want to hear you. If we think about someone like James in his little pragmatism book, that teeny weeny one, and I forget which lecture it was, but he's criticizing his own faculty of philosophy, and he says, where do the concepts we need come from? Will they come from us who are sitting in this room, or are the concepts we need, and by him he means that's habits, right? Concepts we need, habits we need, new habituations we need, or do they need to come from those folks living in the tenements buildings who are being destroyed by this new form of capitalism, etc.? And he says the concept we need, the habit we need, is exactly like you're saying, from these subordinated groups. But then James is like, so he says, but when do they have the time? Because the organization of the milieu, and that's why I think Professor Sabolius, it's really interesting. The organization of the milieu is like, by the time I get home from this like factory work and I'm living in this tenement, the milieu has trained me of, you know, so he really James takes it so seriously, like the concepts we need definitely are not from above, it's from these other places, but the milieu is such that it's a miracle if the place the concepts need to come from have enough energy to, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. So, can I say a last thing, and then
let's everybody go.
I remember that he says that we have to grasp this very tiny moment that separates plasticity from plaster.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Okay, but to everybody else jump in around the question of milieu, habits, both politics, you know, in the narrow sense, but politics in a more general way.
Well, you brought up the contribution of Peirce, which I think comes handy. It's still very useful to counter-challenge the tendency of contemporary analytic philosophy, I'm thinking about Fodor, to stay clear, following Kant, but not only Kant, also Hume, staying clear of the notion of habit, because Peirce defines habits as, in principle, capable of giving rise to symbolic expression through what he defines as wood acts.
Yeah, that's right.
So the wood acts in my hands immediately connect to the as if, to the potentialities of our body, and some of the stuff I was trying to quickly cover during my talk. Because, I mean, what is really interesting and very modern of the notion of habit, that it combines the bodily and the mental. You can use it in both ways. So the old example by the pragmatist, habits are like digesting, breathing, and the stuff. And I think those aspects are those that look more suspicious to analytic philosophy. But if you read Peirce, it makes it clear that these sort of wood acts enable the creation of symbols. And coming to the other aspect that has been discussed so far, so namely how habits can be formed without being imposed from above. Whatever you may think of Greta, I think that how was the definition? Environmental Fridays. My kids were marching in the street every Friday and telling us incredible things. I mean, quite aggressive towards my generation, the previous generation, quite rightly so. So I think this is something that somehow gained momentum by means of a kind of spontaneous movement of people that finally, through the testimony of this kid from Sweden, had the opportunity to put into words what they felt, what they thought. And by literally being in the street, being physically present with this bodily enaction of a thought, of a statement, of a way of thinking, of a prospective ideas about the future of the planet, I think something very important was accomplished. Of course, you always have to deal with the media echo chamber, with meme-like behavior that are triggered by the way the social media jump on that and cover that. But I think there's something more genuine than a mere amplification through the media in that phenomenon. As an example of bottom-up habit that has political import.
Yeah, I think just to stay with you for a second, the point about the would-be, the interpreted as the would-be, right? And really staying with his early work, Peirce's early work, in which we know that it's like irritation is related to doubt, is related to inquiry, right? And so the would-be is within the world materially formed, right? In it, all of its, it stretched out terrain, right? So it's what Peirce would be describing as that potentiality that we were hearing from, right, throughout the panel. And then, but again, I want to press you a little bit because the folks in the audience were pressing me to press, which is, how do we think the politics? Now, you, I think, are saying, well, look, young people got on the street. I mean, there was a kind of almost a Gramscian articulation, so that they said, oh yeah, that's me, that's it, right? Which organized a movement, which in its embodiment capacitated a would-be into a is, right? So it creates it. And I guess, and I think that's all. I'm fine with that. I guess it's like, well, how do we create a more robust philosophical or political philosophical model versus, well, it happened this time. This would be happened, but there's a billion other ones that didn't. And as philosophers or political philosophers or critical theorists, are we always, in that cultural way, retrospective politically, in which we say, well, it happened, but I can't tell you why this happened versus that didn't, since it's not just one would be, it's that.
Well, I would say because to a certain part, which is probably not the majority of the people, facts still matters. Facts amount to massive fires. This big change, the melting of the glacier, all these sort of phenomena that clearly show how the planet is changing because of the Anthropocene. These facts ring a bell for many people, not to all, because many people simply are not interested in facts, or facts come already filtered by beliefs, for example, in the book of Revelation or whatever. So it's not the majority of the people. And then there is also a generation aspect. I mean, maybe I'm too optimistic, but I have kids And I try to see, I desperately try to see what the world will be in 20 or 30 years, their world. It won't be most likely my world anymore, but it will definitely be their world. And trying to look at the world through the eyes of my kids, I think that this young generation, in principle, can be the one who really translates concept, facts, and knowledge into action. I think we desperately need to take action. I mean, graphs, figures, numbers, appealing to people's rationality, I'm afraid is to a great deal wasting our time, because we know that we don't work like that. There's a lot of gut feeling playing a major role in informing our decision, the way we think about the world. And the right, the conservative, got it almost more than 20 years ago, a lot more than the progressive field. They know what string have to be pulled in order to have the reaction they expect from the people supporting them. I'm afraid the left has to figure out a strategy, as we see. I mean, we're talking about Donald Trump potentially being again the president of the United States in a couple of months. Yeah. I mean, this is plausible. This is plausible, you see.
I know, so I know, but I ran away, so I don't have to listen.
I know. I mean, I have many American friends who are with you and with me, but I think we need to carefully bring the body into the politics, a lot more than biopolitics has accomplished so far. Because, by the way, in biopolitics, I don't see the body. Okay, I'll stop here.
That's cool.
Can I jump?
Yeah, Kristupas, I was about to hand it to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe open up a more thread of considerations by also connecting a few things that have been already mentioned earlier today, also in Professor Gallese presentation. We spoke a lot about imagination, aesthetic experience as well. And I think in terms of habit, we need to talk about Kant, and Pietro Montani is here, who is an expert in Kant's imagination, Kant's concept of imagination. We need to talk about the schematizing imagination. So what is a schematism in Kant? To what extent it is based on the process of the habit, you know, or maybe even unconscious habit, let's say. We know that, you know, schematism is the procedure when we kind of collect the sensitivity and transmit them to the intellect. You know? So basically, imagination is the first power to understand the world before, not understand, maybe to assume the world before the understanding, the intellect interferes. And I guess our habits of imagination become really important in this case. And that's why technosphere, technomedia is colonizing our imagination, as Vittorio put it.
Exactly.
So basically, Pietro, I see your hand.
Yeah.
I know that you have a lot to say on that regard. I guess that we need to think of this clash between different kinds of imagination and maybe to find, I really think that the question of habit is the question of imagination in a way. And it is a very tough question, a very difficult one. So first, we are standardized, we are formalized, we are stereotypized by the technomedia environment, and it has a huge impact in creating the habits of imagination, meaning that, you know, sometimes I have this exercise with my students. I say, imagine a ship. Okay. Imagine a couple standing in front of a ship. Okay, what music do you hear, you know? And the majority of them answer, oh, that's Titanic, you know. So basically, we have the same imagination of, that happens in different parts of the world. So we have the same habits of imagination, despite we're so different. We are fantasizing so autonomously. But that's the problem, that habit relies on the collective imaginary primarily. And the collective imaginary is the imaginary of the technosphere. So then the question is, how can
we go to pause? I'm loving this lecture.
Yeah.
But just to
Yeah.
slow down for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and I would love Professor Malabou and to join in here, because
I think Professor Montani has asked for.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. I didn't even see you. Sorry. Is your camera off?
I will talk tomorrow about the schematism in Kant, but I have a question about the body schemes and about the presentation of Vittorio. The question is about experiments with macaques you talk about. For me, the most interesting point in these experiments, I think you referred to Atsushi Riki, the famous classical experiment with macaque. For me, the most interesting point is that the feedback that the habit of the macaque receive thanks to its reliance on a technology, the screen in which he saw his hand grasping the instrument. This reliance on a technology has in its turn an amazing effect to which, if I am not wrong, Iriki himself has not drawn attention. The point is, Vittorio, that after this training to work with the technical image of the hands, the macaque's behavior becomes meta-operational. Suddenly, it becomes meta without a force. That is, this behavior, this agency is capable of doing an action that has no direct purpose, but only indirect with the task to accomplish. Take a short rake to reach a long rake, one, to by that reach the food. This is a meta-operational sequence, routine that express a radical transformation in the behavior of the macaque. My question is, this technical addiction, or reliance, if you prefer, is extremely plastic and creative.
Indeed, by all means.
Do you agree? This is very important to state.
It has been shown literally by looking at the brain of the macaques.
Yeah.
That they were training in order to learn the first part of the task, namely reach something beyond arm's reach by using the long rake. Yeah. After a couple of weeks of such a training, the thickness of part of their own parietal cortex increased substantially, not in as much because of the formation of novel neurons. When I was a medical undergraduate, one of the many dogmas, those were lucky times. We had so many dogmas, so many clear-cut notion, one gene, one protein, no new formation of news. Now I know less about the brain or what I thought I knew 30 years ago than I know now, because the complexity of the picture is much clearer to me than it was 30 years ago. Anyway, this thick plasticity that brings a bodily transformation of the brain is due to an increase in the synaptic connectivity, which gets literally the neocortex in that part of the parietal cortex thicker. And similarly, if you ask me to make this movement for 20 minutes and you map by means of transcranial magnetic stimulation the part of my primary motor cortex devoted to control this simple movement, before and after the training, you will spot it as enlarged, and it will shrink back to the previous size almost immediately after I stop doing this exercise. So we are dealing with a part of our body which is incredibly capable to stay on top of how our relation to the world develop, almost instantaneous.
Yeah, and spontaneous.
And spontaneous.
Not
I fully agree with you that the implication of this meta-operational sort of behavior have not been entirely discussed. You're right.
Yeah,
you can do it.
Just a quick question: Do you think the mind is in the finger, or between the finger and the synapse? Right, because it comes to the whole question of
how many hours do you give me to answer your question?
Oh, hours.
Well, first of all, I believe that the mind is a word.
Yes, good. Okay, good.
Period.
Yeah, good. That'll do. Does anyone want to jump back in here? Yeah.
That's my short question to your answer. I don't believe anything like a thing called the mind exists. The mind is a designation of particular aspect of our processual reality, and that coagulate in something that is handy sometimes to designate as mind, but the mind is not here, our mental processes are the dynamic output of a complex system of which the brain is one important but not exclusive part.
Yeah. Does anyone want to jump in on
Yeah,
this? It has much to say about politics. I thought Kristupas, good.
Yeah, but I wanted to ask Professor Gallese, because you've been talking about aesthetic experience today, and
yes.
also imagination, but I didn't hear a word on creativity, on the creation. You know, what does it mean to in terms of emergence of something new? And I've been following, amateurishly, the discussion in neuroscience on the question of creativity and imagination. And there was this recent research. I don't remember. I'm just trying to remember, but the authors. But they stated the discovery that creativity is basically linked to the question of connectivity of different neural networks, the thing that you mentioned today. So connectivity in terms of, there are different networks, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a
when
default.
When you get wet.
Sorry?
I said, when it rains, you get wet.
Yeah, so basically there is this default mode network and other networks. Yeah, you know that discussion, and
yes.
And there is let's say the regime of working in tunes of those networks that usually don't work together. So how would you see that in terms of question of habit, and in terms of question of let's say addiction as well? Because it seems that creativity goes against the habit in that way, because it connects the networks that usually are not connected. So they don't have a habit to be connected. Is that right, or I'm misinterpreting something?
Well, I mean, there are many issues in your question. First of all, Did we learn? Did we make a big discovery that tells us what creativity amounts to by looking at the brain? I don't think so. Connectivity is one of the many deus ex machina sometimes we rely on when we want to keep the stakes, in my opinion, if you ask me, too high for our limited and coarse granularity of analysis. And so we say, yeah, through dynamic connectivity, I probably use this expression in my talk too. It's a kind of loose way, on the one hand, rightly so, to underline the dynamic nature of how the brain works, the brain body work, to underline how it's practically impossible to define any category in which that we may use to designate our behavior or mental life, and localizing it into a box, into a wet box. I mean, translating the boxology of analytic philosophy into the wet milieu of the brain. I think this is we're wasting our time. I don't do that. I wrote against that in the last 20 years. I don't know how many times. So that's not the case. Creativity, I think it's really hard to define it. So it's even more difficult once you experience this difficulty in defining what a creative act really is, to translate it into the neurophysiological jargon of neuroscience. Then, that said, I try to speculate how comes that at some time in our cultural evolution, 2001, you see one snapshot of the birth of utilitarian behavior. The hominid discovered that a bone can be used as a weapon. And not coincidentally, Kubrick combined warfare, aggression with the invention of the tool. I think all these things need to be kept together, or at least it's easy to spot the connection. But how do we turn from the bone as a weapon to the inscription I briefly show you on that piece of ochre found in Blombos, dated 70,000. How do you create a symbol? I think that we have some of the important ingredients: habit, repetition, ritualization, mimicry, social conformism, sense of death. How to combine in the mixer all these ingredients and come up with a bulletproof narrative about how we invented symbol is much more difficult. But at least I think it is important to look for the ingredients and then exercise with the ingredient and see whose cocktail in the end is the tastiest one, or the more appropriate up to the job. Then a final remark on your connection between habits, particularly in light of what Catherine said in her talk. What I always found really puzzling is that when we repeat behavior uniquely as a subject, we are designated as OCD. When we share those habits with others, it becomes culture, religion, whatever. So there is an unavoidable social intersubjective dimension, and maybe an order of magnitude, but I wouldn't go too far in that direction, but definitely there is a social component that transforms the repetition of a given behavior from something you should need to get rid of, at least in our culture as we speak, into something that we hope can be the groundwork to build new political action. And I don't know what it is.
Professor Malabou, do you want to ask you the question I just saw on the comment, on the chat.
It was just about the virus. I wanted to ask Kristupas whether the virus was a milieu, in his view. I don't know, but maybe it's not that interesting. I don't know.
Oh, thank you for the question. I didn't see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, is a virus a milieu, or what challenges the very concept of milieu? Well, I guess if we respond to that question from the discussion that I think that I've been referring to that text on numerous occasions that was described by Canguilhem, and I think it's really pertinent question. It shows that the concept of milieu emerges between Lamarckians and Darwinists, and later on Humboldt joins the discussion, and of course Uexküll and others. The concept of milieu emerges as a question of life. You know? What does the life constitutes? Well, what is the meaning of life, and what constitutes the meaning of life? So basically, if we see it from the Newtonian mechanistic perception, milieu is never a life. Milieu is something alien to life. And as well, in Lamarck, we find the same concept. You know, for him, to be alive is to resist the circumstances that press you, and basically you resist the ensemble of circumstances that threaten your life. So basically, milieu is that something that brings you death, if you want. But later on, and especially I would say in more current discussions, we can see, and especially with Simondon, that this distinction between living and non-living elements as the constituents of milieu disappears. And that's not, and exactly that's why I brought in, I proposed to think of milieu starting from the concept of the biotope. Now, the biotope combines the geographical strata, atmospheric strata, and the society of different species into one conglomerate. And here I think, by the way, Elizabeth also had some interesting remarks on the question of living and on the distinction between living and non-living entities. And she uses, if I remember it correctly, the example of virus as something that is semi-alive. You know, we don't know if it's alive or not alive. So in this sense, I think virus stands at the very boundary of the question of what is the milieu and what is self. But you know that we speak of one virus. There are a lot of viruses in the world. We have them, you know, inside us. There are so-called bacteriophages, you know, viruses that eat only bacteria, and we learn from them. Basically, CRISPR-Cas technology was based on the analysis of bacteriophages. So I would say that, of course, philosophically, and that is already the impact of Simondonian Canguilhem's, both Simondonian and Canguilhem's philosophy, a virus is both a milieu and individual at the same time. You know, meaning that from my perspective, the milieu is always a question of sign taking. So whenever I want to emphasize some kind of, you know, as Vittorio proposed, mind is just a word. You know? So individual, in a way, is just a face along the Simondonian line. So if we conceive the individual as something or someone who proposes to exist within certain limits, within certain limitations. So the entities that transcend the limits, but these are imaginary limits. These are not real limits. The entities that transcend the limits become whatever, enemies, other entities. However, I really think that we can see virus as both as an agent, let's call it. I don't know if it's alive or not, it's semi-alive. As an agent that shows me that these limits are really mobile. It's a question of perspective, how we see the interaction of individuals. And it's namely because the milieu is that field of interaction. I would propose to think of milieu not as some topographical concept, as a space, but something that brings us in relation. And the relation has a certain tension. The relation can be described as being in tension, being in proximity of something. It is namely because of this, the question of milieu and individual is rather an exercise in imagination. Of course, milieu is a mobile concept. It's a plastic concept, if you want. You can always transform the modalities of the concept, and you can have different effects. But that's why I propose to think of ourselves as milieus in respect to, for example, to a virus or to different types of viruses, and to see how we condition, how we potentialize others, in what ways we form others. And it doesn't change a lot biologically, but it changes a lot in terms of our imaginary understanding of what is happening. So basically, by performing this gesture, by performing an exercise in imagination, we may shift roles. We can change roles and to distribute roles to different actors. And that's the procedure that I think is really important in order to have this plasticity of perspective changing ability. That's why my current project is to go to maybe to pedagogy. I hope that this is a solution to understand how this perspectival change could be really practiced, really exercised. So I'll stop it here.
Professor Malabou, do you want to come back? Okay, I've been told to be, and I am cognizant of time, and we have really run out of time unless anyone wants to jump in. I will, first of all, thank everyone. This was completely pleasurable for me, so I'm hoping that it was for you and for everyone listening in. I will also note that all three discussions provoked, I think, a very interesting anxiety amongst some listeners around what kind of politics emerge once the concept of autonomy, which was pushed in all three, starts to shake, right? So, and I think that's a anxiety that's good to have. It's a kind of irritation that is the grounds for maybe new concepts and habits of thought in politics. And so I thank all of you for helping us move in a direction. I think that's it. Usually we clap. I don't know. Maybe our fearless leaders will take over. If not, I think we have a break. Yeah.
Yeah, we are going into the break of 1 hour, and we'll get back in 1 hour, depending on your time zone. I wouldn't.
No, the hour is going to be the same no matter where you are.
Yeah, yes.
The meaning of it will change.
Yeah, we'll get back to the afternoon session. So thanks so much for everyone.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
give me a sign if you hear me. Okay, good. So without further ado, I will introduce our first speaker of the afternoon session, Professor Rita Šerpytytė. She's a professor of philosophy in Vilnius University, the head of the Department of Continental Philosophy and Religious Studies, author of many publications on topics of nihilism, ontology, on Heidegger's philosophy and Hegel's philosophy, postmodern philosophy, and so on. Her field of interests also include Italian philosophy, and as she said to me today, she's addicted to Giorgio Agamben's philosophy, Agamben's, right? As well as other Italian contemporary thinkers. Today, her talk will be called, the title of her talk is The Challenge of the Subject in the Face of the Real. And we are giving the word to Professor Rita. Aš negaliu atidaryti. Aš negaliu atidaryti Zoom'o, žiūrėk, jis neišlenda.
Funding from European Social Fund and the grant agreement with the Research Council of Lithuania. In one of her recent interviews, Malabou pointed out a problem which I deem to be pivotal in considering the question of the real with all its implications. Speculative realists are indifferent to the subject. In this paper, I will present my position that in contemporary philosophy, it is precisely the problem of the subject that becomes an actual challenge when raising the question, what kind of reality are we talking about and what is real? As it was already mentioned, the direction of this discussion is largely inspired by the position of the so-called speculative as well as new realisms. In light of their indifference to the subject, on the one hand, and their ontological orientation being directed exclusively towards the object separated from any sort of subjectivity, on the other, the whole wave of new realism could somewhat ironically be called object-oriented ontology, of course, to risk injuring the true author, Graham Harman. Thus, new realisms, including the speculative, direct themselves to the human-independent, object-like reality, at the same time ignoring the question of the subject or claiming to have solved it by virtue of their approach. However, can one practice philosophy when circumventing the question of the subject, and if so, how? Besides, can the access to reality be claimed by only negating or ignoring the very instance from which the very access to reality was unfolding? Is it possible to philosophically legitimize a reality without subjectivity? In her attempt to actualize the question of the subject in philosophy, Malabou appeals not to the traditional ontological context, but rather to that for which there was never reserved place in philosophy. She speaks of new beings and their accidental emergence. These are Alzheimer's patients, individuals traumatized by war, those who have suffered brain injuries, or simply those suffering from senility. I quote, "We must all of us recognize that we might one day become someone else, an absolute other, someone who will never be this form of us without redemption or atonement, without last wishes, this demand form outside of time," Malabou writes. Yet, as it is known, such us that have survived the loss of their self and experience themselves as others were taken up by all kinds of psychological therapies and psychiatry. Differently put, this becoming other was almost always treated either as a pathology or at least an illusory and unreal condition, and such a treatment was not without the influence of Western philosophy. In her work, it is precisely this accidental becoming other that Malabou links with the subject as rethought or as what demands a rethinking. In The New Wounded, in reference to the position of the psychiatrist and researcher Marcel Gachet, she introduces the concept of the subject of the accident. By employing not only Gachet but also Michel Foucault, Malabou relates this new accidental subjectivity first and foremost to the sphere of the psyche and the brain. She argues that, I quote, "the brain would emerge as a contemporary form of subjectivity," end of quote. And that is the case, as Malabou reminds us, citing Foucault, I quote, "because relations of power had established it as a possible object." Hence, Malabou first of all calls upon Foucault's conception of the disappearing and evanescent subject, which she sees as a possible foundation of the accidental, becoming other subject. It allows to argue that the subject beyond the pleasure principle, as Freud suggests, coincides with the disappearing subject which Foucault ascertains in the figure of the writer, the author, or in his concept of so-called non-disciplined body. But it is truly the time when philosophy, in deconstructing subjectivity, at the same time discovers the cerebral psyche to be its subject. Isn't the cerebral subject only a victim testifying to the disappearance and death of the philosophical subject? Evidently, to legitimize a new, transformed subjectivity, a subjectivity that emerges in the form of the victim by sacrificing the philosophical subject, is not an easy task. It is not easy because such subjectivity is accidental. However, we can already note that Malabou will not be satisfied with the philosophical deconstruction of the subject and its replacement with a cerebral subject. She will also raise the question of the subjectivity on a different level, inscribing it into the consideration of what is the transcendental, relating transcendental subjectivity to the problem of the identity of continental philosophy as such. To slightly anticipate myself, I would claim that it is precisely in the rethinking of transcendental as such, or more specifically in the rethinking of transcendental subjectivity, that one should look for Malabou's answer to the question of the legitimization of so-called accidental subjectivity. The author, who in Malabou text connects the two mentioned problematic themes, transcendental subjectivity in Kant and accidental subjectivity, and builds a bridge between at least two of her texts, The New Wounded and Ontology of the Accident, is without any doubt Foucault. Here it would be useful to return to the texts of Foucault himself and remember that his so-called project of archaeology, from its very beginning, all the way to its realization, was related to a profound critique of the transcendental, both in its Kantian and general guise. Critique here, however, is it to be understood in the Kantian sense, that is, as a rethinking. And this rethinking is ambiguous and leads to somewhat contradictory, twofold and equivocal results. As it is known, one is dealing here with the making sense, with founding of the concrete level of experience in regard to the general conception of experience, and this touches upon the content of the instance that is transcendental. On the other hand, one ought not to forget that the problem of the transcendental persisted throughout Foucault's career, and as many have pointed out, it would be wrong to associate his rethinking and critique of the transcendental with any of its specific strains, Kantian, Husserlian, etc. One thing is certain, he considered the question of the transcendental in tandem to his reassessed sphere of subjectivity. Foucault opposed his archaeological method to that of the transcendental for the reduced role of the actual level of experience in the latter. This, as we will see, is nothing other than a critique of transcendental subjectivity. Yet, what do we gain from in following Foucault's archaeological logic, his method? Foucault locates subjectivity in the level of experience he calls anonymous. It is neither the phenomenological instance of the ego, nor man conceived anthropologically. It could be claimed that with the founding of an anonymous instance of experience, one likewise accomplishes a negative gesture that secures a place for subjectivity. It does not simply state the non-existence of the subject, but rather pronounces its end, its death, and thus achieves something akin to what Hegel conceptualized as Aufhebung. In this case, by way of the privative, nihilistic form, the lack, subjectivity is preserved as a demand for certain instance. Of course, Foucault does this for the sake of his own theoretical conscience, that is, to maximally historicize the conditions of experience, to leave no space for the transcendental, and not to constitute the anonymous instance as an Aufhebung based on negativity. However, the fact that this essentially Nietzschean nihilistic logic is not only not alien to Foucault, but is even practiced by him, can be ascertained from his early texts, in particular his dissertation on Nietzsche. There, commenting on the death of God, pronounced by Nietzsche, Foucault calls it a double murder, not only of God, but of man as well, meaning that with the death of God, man's anthropological death occurred too. Therefore, man as anthropological instance cannot substitute the transcendental subject, that is, to return in one way or another at the locus of the lost subject as concrete human being. But by seeing the anthropological death, that is the death of man as a subject, in the death of God, the very act of annulment, of the annulment of man, manages to preserve subjectivity in a privative form. Yet does this suffice to reject the transcendental and its method in the name of the archaeological method? What is precisely being rejected and what is preserved here? Here one ought to recall that Foucault's critique is related to his peculiar orientation towards the present. This aim is fruitfully expressed in a concept he introduces, a concept now widely employed, actuality. Notwithstanding certain contextual differences, it is a concept that came to signify just German Kantian Wirklichkeit, a reality as something affected by the subject, something performative, and not Realität, a reality as something indifferent in respect to human activity and performativity. When we want to say Wirklichkeit in English, we say actuality or effectuality, but not reality. It is not necessary to prove that this term employed by Foucault is of Kantian origin. What would need to be proven is rather that the introducing of the instance of actuality as Wirklichkeit is correlated to subjectivity, as the need to preserve this instance. And to raise the question whether Foucault's critique of Kant is not confronted with an ambiguity with regard to transcendental subjectivity. That is to say, whether the subject concept in a privative form can relinquish the transcendental. This excursus through Foucault might help us also to better grasp Malabou's position. Thus, does the perspective of the legitimization Malabou's accidental subject, a subject entering the philosophical arena to relieve the sacrificed pure philosophical subject developed earlier, become clearer by recalling the author Malabou herself, I would risk claiming, deems to be crucial. In the light of the just discussed archaeological project of Foucault and his critique of the transcendental subject, that revealed a relation between subjectivity and a specific conception of reality as actuality, a possible answer to the previously raised question of the legitimization of the accidental subject begins to echo in the thesis of Malabou when she speaks of Kafka, Blanchot, and Marguerite Duras. I quote, "Experience, true. Here the accident is the experiential dimension of ontology." It is precisely these authors that touch or grasp the metamorphic moment of experience that could be called the accident. Also, Derridian deconstruction allows one to rethink the very concept of the beyond, and Malabou first and foremost emphasizes its annihilating power that entered Derrida's deconstruction also through his consideration of Freud's beyond the pleasure principle. Thus, psychoanalysis and deconstruction not only permit one to claim that all miraculous happenings can, in fact, happen. Both psychoanalysis and deconstruction point to the insight that the very experience of such an impossible and accidental event opens up the possibility to rethink and reassess the irreducible realm of experience within subjectivity itself. Therefore, judging Malabou's endeavor from a Hegelian standpoint, we could say that deconstruction, destructive plasticity, functions as the annihilating power of form par excellence, which empowers the experiential accidentality of the subject, thereby reinforcing its ontological status. Yet this new definition of experience, its ontologically unusual placement in the space of accidentality, and I would add situativity, points anew to the problem of the relation between the subject and experience, between the subject and reality, or differently put, forces us to settle accounts with Kant and rethink what is the transcendental. And this is precisely what Malabou does in one of her most recent books, Before Tomorrow, and the excellent lecture on the future of continental philosophy, which introduces or rather accompanies the study. Yet her aim returns me to another author and another text, which is not at all recent, written long before the emergence of the wave of new realism. What I have in mind is Giorgio Agamben's book Infanzia e Storia, Distruzione dell'esperienza e origine della storia, first published in 1978 and republished many times since. Kant enters the side of both thinkers. Malabou's general aim could be said to be the rethinking of the transcendental by way of raising the question, can we relinquish the transcendental? Whereas Agamben's aim in the aforementioned book is a search for the relation between language and experience. What is addressed in both cases, however, is Kant's foundation of the transcendental. Before we begin comparing these positions in regard to the founding of a new form of subjectivity and the relation between the subject and reality, it would Kantian position regarding transcendental subjectivity. As we know, Kant is the one whose Copernican revolution places the subject at the center of his system of cognition, thus forcing all so-called objects to adhere to a status determined by a priori forms of sensibility such as space and time and the 12 categories of understanding. In this way, from the individual subject, from man, there emerges the transcendental subject, the pure I think, which taken formally can easily be confused with the Cartesian ego cogito. However, Kant's transcendental subject, this I think, does not possess the substantial metaphysical status of the Cartesian cogito, since it is no longer rooted in individuality, but rather it is a pure form of thinking prior to any kind of empirical subjectivity and attributable to any empirical subject whatsoever. In such a textbook view of the Kantian transcendental subjectivity, it would be difficult to bring out, let alone problematize the controversial theoretical aspects of transcendental subjectivity. Therefore, let us return to Malabou and Agamben, where these aspects are revealed from a peculiar angle. Nevertheless, we can already note one aspect of Kant's endeavor, fairly recognizable even to strangers in philosophy, experience, Erfahrung, and its foundation upon the transcendental subjectivity. It means when the living empirical subject is sacrificed, but the grounding of the sphere of experience is nonetheless being perceived by discovering its specific status. Hence, in Malabou, Before Tomorrow, I would distinguish chapter 9, the title of which is Irreducible Foucault. Foucault, like Kant, raised the question, what is enlightenment? Was ist Aufklärung? Many scholars have pointed to this rhetorical question of Kant's repeated by Foucault. What does Malabou emphasize in this repetition? She claims that Foucault, I quote, displaces the a priori by deliberately opening the structure of the transcendental to transformation. In a line of continuity with Kant and never against him, Foucault asserts that there is an experimental modifiability of the transcendental structure, Malabou writes. And Malabou perceives this modifiability of what is transcendental, namely in the historicity of the transcendental. On the other hand, it could be said that this interconnection of the transcendental and historicity is nothing but the already discussed aim of Foucault to discover a way to root transcendental subjectivity in actuality. On the other, it corresponds to Malabou's own aims in interpreting Kant, that is, to her attempt to re-establish the agreement between the categories and objects, to refresh system of epigenesis of pure reason. Malabou holds Foucault's novel reading of Kant to be one of the most profound. It would seem that this oxymoronic figure, formulated by Foucault, historicity of the transcendental, was influential to all Malabou's thinking. She reminds us of Foucault's stance that he linked the question of the transcendental with the theme of the present. What is especially important to him is, as Malabou suggests, I quote, a contextuality of the transcendental, which is linked not only to the factuality of its emergence here and now, but also to the form that thought gives this factuality. The quotation is over. For Malabou, another name for this contextual formation is categorical epigenesis. Malabou will time and again refer to Foucault, reminding us that Foucault himself time and again referred to Kant in search of confirmation of his position. I quote, Foucault demonstrates that in the 1784 text, Kant himself asserts that possibility of linking the question of the agreement between categories and objects to the question of the transformation of a natural subject, a subject as he is, as a subject of truth. It is evident to Malabou that the relation of the subject to objects is possible only on the basis of this transformation. And finally, translating this Foucault's modification of Kant into her own terms and aims, Malabou writes, I quote, the modification of the subject, which can be called its epigenesis, occurs at the foundation of this critical ontology of ourselves that Foucault suggests is another name for Kantian philosophy. The transcendental structures of rationality thus coincide with the rules for the constitution of the subject, its relations to objects, and thus, in a sense, to objects themselves. End of quotation. In Malabou's profound analysis of Foucault's critique of the Kantian transcendental, there are many important points highlighting the legitimation of the historical transcendental. For instance, the interpretations of the two a priori. But perhaps the most important point is the very aim and the attempt not to leave subjectivity as transcendental, but to anticipate the possibility of relinquishing it by discovering its modifiability in history, while at the same time performing an Aufhebung of the pole of the subject, that is, carrying out the negative preservation of subjectivity, its privative consolidation as the irreducible condition of the relation between the subject and the present, the subject and actuality, and thus between the subject and object themselves. The historical transcendental as this negative and nihilistic condition necessary for the new legitimization of subjectivity is confirmed by the very question Malabou raises and then answers it using Foucault's arguments. I quote, "What do we call irreducible? Who could ever answer? And what exactly is irreducible, since Foucault says, moreover, that any formal structure is subject to different modes of historical and experimental transformation? We'll never know. The residuum has no reason." End of quotation. To return to the promised comparison of Malabou and Agamben, let us note that Agamben begins not from a rethinking of Kant, but from the deconstruction of the very emergence of subjectivity in Western thought, in the attempt to originally ground the level of experience. In Infancy and History, Agamben notes that, I quote, "The idea of experience as separate from knowledge has become so alien to us that we have forgotten that until the birth of modern science, experience and science each had their own place." End of quotation. But what does this mean to the interpretation of the subject? According to Agamben, this meant more than we could have guessed. What is more, they were even connected to different subjects, the subject of experience and the subject of science. In antiquity, there was no problem of the subject and object. It emerged only when the subject of experience began to hide or even vanished into the subject of understanding and reason. Agamben finds the Cartesian cogito ergo sum to be such an experience swallowing subjectivity and relates it to the emergence of modern science and of modern thinking as such, I quote, "In its search of certainty, modern science abolishes the separation and makes experience the locus, the method, that is the pathway of knowledge. But to do this, it must begin to recast experience and rethink intelligence, first of all, expropriating their different subjects and replacing them with a single new subject." End of quotation. It is of no surprise then that Agamben, just like Foucault and Malabou, addresses Kant and discovers that, I quote, "the critique of pure reason is the last place where the question of experience within Western metaphysics is accessible in its pure form, that is, without its contradiction being hidden. Original sin, with which post-Kantian thought begins, is the reunification of the transcendental subject and empirical consciousness in a single absolute subject." End of quotation. Notwithstanding this return to Kant and this revolution of his contribution in regard to the grounding of experience and the rethinking of transcendental subjectivity, Agamben's conclusion differs from the aforementioned authors, Foucault and Malabou. Kant comes to be likened to Hegel of the phenomenology of spirit, as someone who cannot find a proper place for experience in the reformulated subjectivity, and thus contributing to the creation of a new absolute subject. Nevertheless, despite of the obvious differences in the approach and certain conclusions of the said authors of Malabou and Agamben, I would like to draw attention to how Agamben presents his own position regarding the grounding of experience. The so-called experimentum linguae and the concept of infantia, the appeal to experience, is the deconstruction of the classical concept of experience, or more specifically, it is an archaeological search for the relation between experience and language in the classical conceptions of experience and subjectivity grounding it. Lacking the means to discuss the position in more detail and finally to completely present my own idea, I will limit myself to noting that Agamben, in his search for a new subject and a new foundation of experience, appeals to language as such, to the voice, to the fact and to the act of speaking, and not to its content, to language that is precisely understood as a real of the irreducible subjectivity and to the experiential, situative, and performative level. Unfortunately, the demonstration of the privative character of this endeavor, that is, its dependence on the negativity of the Aufhebung, which would thereby open up the possibility to relate this endeavor to the transformation of Kant's transcendental subjectivity, achieved also by Foucault and legitimated by Malabou, remains a task for future research.
Thank you, dear professor. Now we move to the part where we ask questions. And first of all, of course, I would like to ask our dear speakers, would you have some questions for Professor Rita? Yes, I see Professor Malabou, of course, has some comments, so please.
Okay, so thank you so much, Professor, for this wonderful talk. I need to read it, so please send it to me, because I think I never heard such a synthesis of my work. I'm really impressed. Thank you so much. So in order to invite all our co-speakers to the debate, because maybe they were a little lost because they don't know my work, or I would say that, Professor, how do you pronounce your name? Šerpytytė.
No, I am Rita Šerpytytė. It's very difficult.
Rita Šerpytytė. She alluded to the debate raised by speculative realism or object-oriented ontology. I was interested in particular in speculative realism, and by realism, they mean something that has nothing to do with the human. So in order to summarize everything, our conference that is revolving around the human would be considered by these people a non-realistic type of interrogation or conference, because for them, the real means a mode of being that is totally indifferent to us. This is the world without us. So it means the beginning of the world, of the earth, millennia and millennia ago, everything that is not akin to us. So then it means that everything we said this morning, including the neuroscientific approach, would be considered by Meyasu as a transcendental postulate, even if we are not Kantian. Because the transcendental, very simply, means for Kant the original linkage between the human and the world, that has no need of explanation, that is a priori, which is pre-given. That is, everything starts with what he calls the agreement between the subject and the world. From that perspective, for us all here, everything would start with this linkage, and we would not take into account everything that happened before or what can happen after. So Meyasu says, as Professor Šerpytytė reminded us, can we relinquish the transcendental or not? Do we need this originary linkage between the human and the world to provide any kind of thinking or not. So I was very briefly recalling the whole context. So, and then I will remain quiet. The question is, and tell me if you agree with me, Professor, the question is, in order to answer such a challenge, because it is a real challenge, particularly when it comes to the Anthropocene, if you want to think of the ecological crisis, we have to go back to a non-human origin. So in order to answer this challenge, do we have to relinquish the transcendental or to transform it? And this is what I'm trying to do. But what do you think personally? Do you think we just have to, give up that notion because it is impossible to build an accidental subject, a transformative transcendental, or on the contrary, should we go in that direction? Like a plastic transcendental.
Thank you very much. It's a very great challenge to speak about the concept of the author in the present of the author, in the presence of, like you. But it is a great pleasure to discuss with you this problem. And I would like in brief to answer that, yes, we cannot to leave the transcendental, but we can to relinquish the transcendental in the sense you discussed this by using this verb in your book and in your lecture mentioned by me. And I think that the main point to relinquish the transcendental is to relinquish the subjectivity, as I try to show. My problem is, of course, reality. And I came to this position, to this problem discussed by me today from another approach, from another discussing. I read not only Meillastų, but also Brassier. Brassier discussed also the instance of reality without subjectivity. It's very strange. It's very strange because I might answer in very brief that, of course, it's impossible to leave the transcendental in continental philosophy, but only to relinquish, to remain in connection with the transcendental. But I cannot imagine how to do it without the connection with subjectivity. And to join these two main points, subjectivity and reality, I think it can be a good answer to Meillastų and also to Brassier. And I try to do this using your texts and comparing and finding the bridge between two very different but also very important texts, New Wonders and Before Tomorrow. Thank you very much. I'm doing with your text many things, but today I discussed only this a little point from. I have a seminar, contemporary thinking of Hegel, Malabou and Dagys, and it's for 6 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, and I can see that we're out of time. Unless someone is really burning with a question, please pose it. Otherwise, we will have to move on to the next part. I see Professor Pietro is raising his hand.
He's burning.
Please go ahead. Bring back the audio.
You can hear, no?
Yes, here it is.
Hello, Rita. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question quite similar to the previous one. The fact that the transcendental subject cannot be understood in a substantial sense is already clear in Kant, I think. Heidegger highlighted this in his Kant book. The subject that who schematizes is a subject that temporizes, a subject who is never present to himself. To the substantial consideration of the subject, modern philosophy has replaced a temporal or epigenetic, in Malabou sense, conception. For example, the idea of individuation in Simondon. The problem at this point is, does it make sense to put these developments in dialogue with Kant's critical philosophy, that is a strictly correlationist philosophy, or not? My answer, as you know, is that it does. I would like to know yours.
Yes, of course. It's a very brief answer. But we can develop this discussion in panel, okay?
Yes, that would be prudent. Thank you very much.
Another one is waiting.
It's our discussion in this group.
We will continue, yes.
One of our discussion in this group.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So, thank you, Professor Rita. And now we welcome another speaker of today's afternoon session. And his name is Ruslanas Baranovas. He's a PhD candidate in Vilnius University in a department of continental philosophy and religious studies. And his main research interests are classical German philosophy, new and speculative realisms, and new materialisms. He's interested in philosophy of Hegel in particular, and Hegel's connection to contemporary thoughts such as speculative realism, Graham Harman, so on. But today he will talk to us about grammatology and Derrida, and the name of his presentation is Grammatology and the Sadness of Being Human. So please welcome Ruslanas Baranovas.
So hello everyone. First, I would like to thank Kristupas for inviting me to this conference and to the project of which it is a part. I think you can hear me, huh? Oh,
it is very low.
Sorry. So hello again, everyone. And I would first like to thank Kristupas for inviting me to this conference and to the project of which this conference is a part. I think for such young scholars like me, it's a great privilege to participate in these debates with all of you. And I would like to say two more things. One is bureaucratical. I have to read out now the line, but my part of areas of imagination. And this project has received funding from European Social Fund under a grant agreement with Lithuanian Research Council. And yesterday I pre-recorded my talk, but I think the audio is better if I talk now myself. So I will give you presentation, so to say, not live presentation, but not at least, that's great introduction to Derrida, by the way. It's at least not doubly unlive. So many commentators have noticed that Derrida texts usually lack any proper introduction. The text just starts, and the reader is left to figure out himself why Derrida chooses to talk, for example, about the gift, the touching, postcards, or some obscure passage in Heidegger. Yet in grammatology, Derrida attempts to give an introduction, or at least I have always treated the chapter, the end of book, and the beginning of writing, and especially its subchapter called the program, as an introduction. So in the subchapter, Derrida even provides the earliest formulation of what could be treated as the principal thesis of the book. I quote, "In all senses of the word, writing thus comprehends language," end of the quote. And then he goes on to elaborate on this, and in the lines that already have become paradigmatic, we read, I quote him again, "Not that the word writing has ceased to designate the signifier of a signifier, but it appears, strange as it may seem, that signifier of signifier no longer defines accidental doubling or the fallen secondarity. Signifier of a signifier describes, on the contrary, the movement of language, in its origin, to be sure, but one can already suspect, but an origin whose structure can be expressed as signifier of signifier conceals and erases itself in its own production," end of quote. So even after this like programmatic introduction, the question still remains. Even if introduction already announces the deconstruction of what later in the book will be called the privilege of a phoneme, and the construction of the logic of a supplement, these two primary threads of the book, we are left with the question, why grammatology? What meaning does it have for a philosopher? What does writing have to do with the fundamental themes of philosophy, history of metaphysics, being, difference, knowledge, the good life? And the clues are all over the text. I think that the various possibilities of answering this question were the thing that helped grammatology to disseminate around so many disciplines. For some, grammatology is simply a critique of logocentrism and a part of the philosophy of language. For others, it is a work on anthropology. Yet for others, it is all about critique of metaphysics. Or for example, it is a new way of reading text closely, kind of critical, a new strategy of critical reading. But today I would like to propose quite another direction of reading this fundamental work. So my thesis in this presentation would be that grammatology, in its essence, is about the inescapable sadness of being human. So in the program, while commenting on the privilege of phonetic speech, Derrida writes, I quote, "These disguises are not historical contingencies that one might admire or regret. Their movement was absolutely necessary, with a necessity which cannot be judged by any what could have been avoided," end of quote. So I will, at the end of my talk, I will return to this point, but for now, Derrida continues. The privilege of speech responds to a moment of economy, let us say of life, of history, or of being as self-relationship. The system of hearing, understanding oneself speak through the phonic substance, which presents itself as non-exterior, non-mundane, and therefore non-empirical and non-contingent signifier, has necessarily dominated the history of the world during an entire epoch, end of quote. So there's a lot to unpack in this quote. So what is this system of hearing, understanding oneself speak? What Derrida talks about here. And what I will attempt to do now could be described as very, very, very short introduction to Derrida's philosophy. So from the outset of Western thinking, at least according to Derrida, three distinctions in regard to language and life were introduced into our thinking. The living speech, which comes out of my interiority, represents or signifies my mental processes, my inner life as a subject. These processes themselves are purely non-linguistic. In my inner life, I understand myself not through language, but through pure non-linguistic idealities. For metaphysics, the living speech is only a bearable expression of this inner life, because in it, the materiality and the exteriority of science is reduced to a minimum. Even now, while listening to me, you are all focused on the meaning of my speech acts, and do not note the materiality of my language and the inner workings of its grammar. Everything seems to happen as if we are purely mental beings. And we communicate and transmit meanings to each other. In this scheme of, on the one hand, inner non-linguistic life of a subject, and on the other hand, living speech that signifies it, writing comes as something exterior. It signifies the speech I produce. So writing is not produced in the proximity of my self-presence, but in the exteriority of a world. Writing, as Derrida loves to say, is the spacing of a living speech. Putting it on paper is also putting it into the physical space. In this sense, the written word is the signifier of a signifier. And so, for example, in his De Interpretatione, Aristotle perfectly illustrates this logic. I quote, "Spoken words, ta ente phone, are the symbols of my mental experience, pathemata tes psyches, and the written words are the symbols of the spoken words." End of quote. Thus, Aristotle can comment, I quote, "Just as all men have not the same writing, so not all men have the same speech sounds, but the mental experiences of which these are primary symbols are same for all, as also are those things of which our experiences are the images." End of quote. So the universality of human condition is established precisely on this non-language of the mental experiences, or the soul. So all this is well known today. What matters to me is the fact that it is exactly on this interior life of a subject, understood as, again, I quote, non-exterior, non-mundane, and therefore non-empirical and non-contingent, that the metaphysical idea of good life was built. And I do not mean by good life, I do not mean the moral worth of life, but first and foremost, the experience of life, the quality of lived experience in its fulfillment. For metaphysics, the system of hearing, understanding oneself speak, in Derrida's words, or the soul, is at once the most personal and the most universal. It is the most personal in the sense that in the proximity of self-presence of a self that is not affected by exteriority and the contingency of a sign, subject finds the self which is not commensurable with any other self. But it is also the most universal. It is, as Aristotle teaches us, same for all. And through it, the power of thinking self is able to understand logos, to comprehend the order of being, and most importantly, to attune its own life and thinking according to it. So this double structure of personal and the universal, which for metaphysics is the condition of possibility of good life, is exactly what is deconstructed by archi-writing. Remember that deconstruction does not produce a new meaning for writing, but rather shows that the deficiencies prior attributed to writing actually affect all speech, and by extension, the system of hearing, understanding oneself speak itself. I quote Derrida, "Not that the word writing has ceased to designate the signifier of signifier, but it appears, strange as it might seem, that the signifier of signifier no longer defines accidental doubling and forward secondarity." Now, the preface of Grammatology opens with 3 astonishingly simple and straightforward sentences for one accustomed to Derrida's style. I quote, "The first part of the book, writing before the letter, sketches in a broad outline a theoretical matrix. It indicates certain significant historical moments and proposes certain critical concepts. These critical concepts, are put to the test in the second part of the book," end of quote. So if that is the case, if actually the second part of the book is certain test case of the concept produced in the first part of the book of the signifier, of supplementarity, and so on, I should be able to find and reconstruct the effects of a deconstruction of a metaphysical notion of a good life in the second part of the book. And I will briefly follow 2 such developments, 2 such examples. So the first one is a continuous chain of references to Rousseau's life. We know that Rousseau's mother has died 9 days after giving birth to him. And nonetheless, Rousseau in Emile declares, I quote, "There is no substitute for mother's love," end of quote. Being Derrida, Derrida goes on to trace an entire chain of substitutions for mother's love in both Rousseau's text and life, starting with Mama and Therese, to name just a few. So Derrida's analysis attempts to demonstrate that exactly how there is no speech before writing, there is no true mother before the substitute. And I quote this, I think, a striking passage from Grammatology. Jean-Jacques could thus look for supplement to Therese only on one condition: that the system of supplementarity in general be already open in its possibility, that the play of substitutions be already operative for a long time, and that in a certain way, Therese herself be already a supplement. As Mama was already the supplement of an unknown mother, and as the true mother herself, at whom the known psychoanalysis of Jean-Jacques Rousseau stopped, was also in a certain way a supplement from the first trace, even if she had not truly died giving him birth. So the true mother herself was also in a certain way a supplement from the first trace, even if she had not truly died in giving him birth. So the conclusion from this can, I think, only be one. It is impossible to have a true mother. Poor Rousseau, and poor all of us. Another instance of a deconstruction of a metaphysical notion of good life appears in Derrida's discussion of Rousseau's account of the appearance of language being born. And these following lines will have striking similarities with already today mentioned Agamben's accounts in Language and Death and Infancy and History. I quote Derrida: "No longer the animal cry before the birth of language, but not yet the articulated language already shaped and undermined by absence and death. Between pre-linguistic and linguistic, between cry and speech, animal and man, nature and society, Rousseau looks for a limit being born, and he gives it several determinations. There are at least two of them that have the same function. They relate to childhood and God. So let's leave God aside for the purposes of this talk and focus on children. Two things are certain. For Rousseau, infants present the case of language yet undisturbed by the exteriority of writing. I quote Rousseau: "Let us study children and we shall soon see it afresh from them. Nurses can teach us this language. They understand all their nurslings say to them. They answer to them and keep up long conversations with them. And though they use words, these words are quite useless. It is not the sense of a word, but its accompanying intonation, what is understood." End of quote. So through intonation and voice, infants communicate these pure meanings, not affected by writing. However, at the same time, child lacks a power of substitution proper to a grown-up. And again, quote now Derrida: "The child is a concept of one who has no more than one language, because he has only one organ. And that signifies that his needs itself is unique and uniform, not countenancing any substitution or any operation of supplementing." End of quote. So therefore, child is a pure present itself, but already in children, this present is contaminated by unease, exteriority, and death. So as Derrida notes, Rousseau's declarations are constantly contradicted by his descriptions. And the reason for this fact is that Rousseau tries to delimit writing and exteriority and its deadly character from the presence of living speech and the interiority of the life of a subject. But being very, I would not say good philosopher, but being very good observer, in his descriptions, he constantly contradicts this program which he sets up for himself. However, Derrida leaves no escape for the poor Rousseau. According to Rousseau, when children begin to talk, they cry less. This progress is quite natural. One language supplants another, says Rousseau. And yet, now we know that there is no way to supplant or supplement crying. The original act of crying itself is a substitution already for Derrida. And there's already language, exteriority, and death in crying, as there is always already crying in every act of language, again, at least for Derrida. This extreme severity of deconstruction was brought into our attention by John Caputo in his book, Radical Hermeneutics. According to Caputo, I quote, "These new hermeneutics would not try to make things look easy, to put the best face on existence, but rather to recapture the hardness of life before metaphysics showed us a fast way out the back door of the flux," end of quote. According to Caputo, he has this probably a bit simplified scheme. According to Caputo, it is Kierkegaard, Husserl, Heidegger, and Derrida who belong to this radical hermeneutic camp, whereas Schleiermacher and Gadamer for him are simple reactionaries, maybe even metaphysicians. So for one thing, I wonder where would he put Vattimo in his scheme. But returning to Derrida, not only Derrida's deconstruction is radical, for Caputo, but it's also cold. So it's like doubly radical hermeneutics. According to Caputo, Derrida's philosophy, I quote, "forces us to acknowledge the full undecidability of life and leaves us shivering," end of quote. And to relate what I said so far with the speeches given before today, I would probably say something like this. What I am trying to show in the concept which I now borrow from speeches before, in Derrida, everything happens as if there would be only compulsion and no plasticity. Rousseau always tries to supplement the loss of mother. And there are other examples of the same. And even in the late Derrida, there's always this impossibility of decision, impossible democracy, impossible hospitality. Everything is impossible, and there's always this compulsion, which never turns into anything positive, in the sense that plasticity is not only malleability and change, but plasticity is also, how to put it, plastic materials also get hard. They form forms. They are not constant processes. So I will end this talk with the two issues I would like to raise for such, or maybe not against this account, but two worries I have with Derrida's account, and I think there are many other accounts which are quite similar in this regard. So let's remember that for Heidegger, destruction was a procedure of recovering of what was lost, certain unforgetting. At one point in Being and Time, it is even declared that the meaning is the search for the, I quote, most elementary words in which Dasein express its own existence. Now, Derrida does not believe that there is something to be remembered or recovered. So for him, deconstruction is a much more ethical affair. The deconstruction of logocentrism is mostly about the uncovering the oppressed possibilities of thinking, and it is built around the idea of emancipation. However, one could say that the deconstruction of the metaphysical notion of good life, about which I talked in the beginning, does not uncover any possible supplement or any possible plastic supplement of a good life. Now, one could answer such worries by stating that this is exactly the point which Derrida tries to make. One needs to deconstruct the idea of good life, which has often resulted in physical or symbolic violence, without putting into the place yet another idea of good life, which will again lead to some kind of symbolic or even physical violence. And I think this might have been a completely convincing argument in the 60s, 70s, or 80s, but I'm not sure about the strength of the argument today, when we are in the desperate need of the new narratives about the good life in the face of the burning ecological and biotechnological challenges of the day. This was also touched in the panel discussion. If we want to build new addictions, as Professor Malabou stated, it's not enough to be just deconstructing everything. We have to put something, for the lack of a better word, positive instead of it. The second, and I think more serious, or at least more philosophical issue has to do not with the coldness of Derrida's grammatology, but the manner in which it is established. And this was again touched in the discussion after Professor Šerpytytė's talk. So the emblematic example of this manner in which the coldness of grammatology is established is probably best seen in one of the most celebrated expressions found in Derrida, always already. Speech is always already writing. The structure of hearing, understanding oneself speak is always already marked by the exteriority of a sign, and so on. As Derrida would claim, this always already does not belong to history. It does not have a beginning in history. It is in the realm of historial, not history. But sorry for my French pronunciations. In Derridian fashion, one would say that it is this always already that first opens the possibility of a history itself. So remember at the beginning of my talk in the program, while commenting on the privilege of a living speech over writing, Derrida claimed, these disguises are not historical contingencies, but one might admire or regret. Their movement was absolutely necessary, with a necessity which cannot be judged by any other tribunal. The privilege of a phoné does not depend upon a choice that could have been avoided, end of quote. So analogically, the coldness of human condition, the sadness of being human, the title for this talk, which I chose for a lack of better, more theoretical expression, is also not historical. It does not have the beginning in time. It is not that some time before our transcendental constitution was more apt for a good life than now. And in the old text of Catherine Malabou, History and the Process of Mourning in Hegel and Freud, which only recently came into my attention, I recently saw it in Facebook and read it for the first time, and I mentioned it here before in this text. Malabou coins the notion of post-history. And I think if we were able to delimit the post-historical from any connections to Fukuyama's end of history and so on, the post-historical would be a very promising notion to think Derrida's always already of writing, supplementarity, and sadness. And Derrida is far from lonely in thinking about this post-historical and quasi-transcendental realm or logic. Life is always already cinema, claims Stigler. While according to Agamben, modernity was always already concentration camp, and politics were always already biopolitics. And I think these were only first two fingers which came to my mind when I was presenting this talk, but I think the same logic could be probably extended even to the discussions about habit which we had today. Is not habit also always already happened? And addiction, in the same sense, is not these two always already there? They don't appear in history, but give an opening to history. And going back to my issue with Derrida, given the always already of sadness, shivering, and death, what is the role of history in this? Is history just a chain of countless repetitions and substitutions, aiming to supplement what was never there in the first place, the good life? And can history affect the post-historical? And in the same sense, can our actions really affect the structure of habits, so to say, not to have new habits, but to change the structure of habit itself? Or to put differently, in Derridian context, does the process of differentiating and producing differences that we call life can really make a difference? And if history can erupt on the post-historical, can we, in some post-metaphysical way, produce probably not a new deconstructive ethics, but at least a new historical thinking of feeling at home in being? So that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ruslanas. Very interesting talk. And we're still on time for the questions. First of all, I ask if someone's from the speakers would like to ask you a question.
Let's see.
Oh, we have a Professor Malabou. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was beautiful. I have 3 very short questions. The first one is, I was surprised to not hearing you mention the very famous pharmacon notion. You know, when Derrida says writing is a pharmacon, here you have everything. I mean, habit, compulsion, poison, gift, etc. So maybe you should incorporate that in your talk. Second, I don't agree with you about sadness. I think Derrida never talks about it really. And I would dissociate tears. What you said about crying was very beautiful, and sadness. I think sadness is still a historical Stimmung, you know. Sadness is not a Derridian concept, so I don't know what you think. And the third, very brief, is that it seems to me that at some point Derrida stopped talking about history, etc., and that he proposed this messianism instead of post-history. So yeah, so what do you think?
So I think all 3 points, I could answer all 3 points in one answer. And it's more about how I came up with this idea of this talk. So I had this, you know, I worked with Derrida for many years, and now I had this small gap of working with him. And when this opportunity came to talk about human beings and reimagining the human, I just have this general feeling. I don't know. Sadness is probably not a good theoretical notion to work with, of course, but this I never found the better one. So this incomplete, I don't know, compulsion. Maybe today I would use after hearing all these talks. Maybe I would frame it in the terms of compulsion, but there's always a compulsion. And pharmacon was really, you know, it was really important concept at the beginning in the 60, 80, so on. But in the end, in this messianistic period, that second, you know, that second tendency somehow disappeared, and only this impossibility remained. And in general, it was decision became the most important term, so to say, for Derrida. But decision was also impossible. And in general, I think that it's not only Derrida. I would say I would trace this paradigm, if one can call it, back probably to Kant, at least in ethical philosophy. Or in a certain sense, one could even say that these all positions are still unable to escape somehow from what Hegel called beautiful soul. So that would be my answer. Yes, pharmacon was working in the beginning, but because I was trying to somehow, I was thinking at least about Derrida as a whole. That's why I didn't mention it, and that's why it didn't cross my mind when I was preparing this talk. Thank you very much for questions.
Please, Professor Pietro. Again, turn on your audio.
Thank you, Ruslan, for your presentation. Maybe mine is only just a curiosity, but a curiosity about imagination. I would like to ask you if, in your opinion, we can interpret the Derridian concept of writing in a paleoanthropological perspective. That is, as a form of primitive spatialization performed by an imagination that comes to know itself through this spatialization, as in the Blombos cavern find that Vittorio Gallese showed us this morning. You remember this stripe. as if well before the emergence of a language, an articulated language, not an expressive language, an articulated language, the imagination tests itself, its ability to articulate and record without a specific purpose. To say it with Deleuze and Guattari, it works in a striated mode. You agree with this frame? Maybe you can consider totally not pertinent to your presentation, but it's my curiosity to know better the work of imagination before the emergence of language.
So I think I would answer to you with two points. I think Derrida himself would not agree to such reading, in a sense, because for him even imagination would be the effect of writing rather than otherwise. And I remember perfectly the early discussions about this writing and difference and so on. And when he just wrote this text, Vattimo in Turin,
perfectly a transcendental statement, yours. I
don't
read that.
So I remember when he just wrote this text, especially difference, Vattimo objected, oh no, we're returning to some kind of crazy metaphysics. There is this hidden difference somewhere in la 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 la. But I think it's possible to read like this, but I don't think that Derrida would himself be happy about that, because I think there would be too much materiality in your reading for him, for his tastes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Please follow-up question by Professor Gallese.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your beautiful talk. I would like to go a little further within the same paleoanthropological ballpark. You mentioned sadness of being human. So I think that makes sense to me in relation to literacy in the invention of writing, in a sense, but not that these negative emotional effects are the outcome, but they are the trigger that leads to literacy and to writing. Because I think there is a connection between the referential power of the writing and its materiality that in principle could be spotted also in the Umwelt of the paleo human being, but it cannot occur unless happens what Pietro was mentioning. It is the outcome of your own action. So this agentive property of that qualifies the relationship between what is being designated and the designator also contribute to build the subjectivity. But is a subjectivity that becomes explicit just because of this process externalization. But there is an anxious subject, a suffering individual who needs this escamotage to fight his finitude, his or her hic et nunc, and so go beyond that feeling of inadequacy and finitude by means of something that we are still talking about 70,000 years later, that the girl who did it is long gone.
So, if I understood you correctly, you are claiming that there are two. We should separate these two questions: the formation of a subject and the experience of living of a subject are two different states and two different questions. I would probably agree. And by listening to you, I think we are coming back to the question which was raised before in a certain sense, because in Derrida's times, the discussion was, in a certain sense, it never really happened between Derrida and Deleuze, the discussion, but between the Derridians and Deleuzians, the discussion was, are we creating, so to say, language from, as Deleuzians would say, from certain surplus, from certain excess. We have too much, that's why we talk, that's why we do these carvings and so on. Or on the contrary, we produce all this stuff from certain lack. And I think while listening today, and this thought just occurred to me, that the model which I think most of you share, at least from the talks you gave, this question simply is not posed in these terms anymore, because we are thinking about not about subject and is it excess or is lack, but about subject and the environment. And then there's no such need for, there's no need to decide either or. That's my fault. It just occurred now. So thank you again for your question.
Thank you. And we still have a few minutes for more questions. Does anyone out of the speakers would have another question, or would continue a discussion with Ruslanas? Okay, since we still have a few minutes, I will pose you a question a bit in a different context, but today we already spoke about speculative realism and a few authors there, and I'm interested in your position at this case, because I noticed reading them that some of them at least show a lot of like boredom towards Derrida and postmodern thinking. There's a feeling that they think that they have done away with the problems of this kind of philosophy. They put them like in the shelf of extreme correlationism, and they think that they're finished with it. What would you say on this matter?
So I think first of all, and what is obvious today, there's no such, even more than before, there's no such thing as postmodern thinking or something like that. Like Derrida and Deleuze are just two completely different planets, for me at least, two completely different thinkers. So, and Deleuze is actually much more interesting, both for Meillassoux and for others. He's still relevant as he was before. But Derrida, yeah, I think, I don't know if they done with him or something like that, but he's just too unsimilar to their projects. So in a sense, of course, if somebody is very foreign to you in both interests and style of doing philosophy, and probably also it has to do with what your entire professional training was done, so to say, reading Derrida, reading French post-structuralism and so on, then you have certain, I don't think it has so much to do with actual philosophy of Derrida.
Perhaps you're right, because I noticed that there is some kind of a climate of education in philosophy across the globe, also in different decades. And as I read Harman's in the 90s, when he was studying this philosophy, Derrida in America, in the United States, he was just overwhelmed with the popularity and kind of trivialization of this philosophy. And since then, he developed some kind of allergic reaction to it. Would you say that in the 21st century, there is still this climate, or there's like not so much Derrida that we don't develop this gag reflex? Looking at you, it seems that it's not like.
What to answer. I don't know.
Anyway, okay, we're out of time, and obviously someone is still interested in Derrida. And now we're going to introduce yet another prominent speaker in our symposium. Her name is Chiara Bottici. She's an associate professor of philosophy and director of gender studies in the New School for Social Research and Eugene Lang College in New York. And she's author of many publications, and of course, she's prominent and famous for her theories on political myth. And today we're gonna be listening to her presentation, which I think will be a connecting point between today's sessions and tomorrow's sessions, because we will be thinking about human and non-human perspectives and rethinking human through trans-individuality, trans-species perspectives, and so on. And here we have a Chiara Sbotti's talk called Rethinking the Human Through the Philosophy of Trans-Individuality.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me properly? Is the audio functioning? Okay, so let's try. Rethinking the human through the philosophies of trans-individuality. So the starting point of the reflection I would like to offer today is that we cannot reimagine the human without reimagining the whole world. It's because the world has been conceived for such a long time according to the idea of a scala natura, of a great chain of being. They place the human on top of it, that we have a hard time to reimagine the human. Even theories of the Anthropocene aim at denouncing the effect of the primacy of the human, most often end up implicitly reinforcing the image of the world. That is reinforcing the idea of a scala natura with man at the top of it, followed by the animal, the vegetal, and last, the inanimate life, deemed as dead matter. It's my contention that in order to reimagine the human, we need to radically question this view, and therefore to radically question the philosophical presupposition that lies underneath this view. In this talk, I will focus on two such philosophical presuppositions, which in my view are particularly crucial. First, the idea that the possession for the capacity for thinking, the Aristotelian zoon, logon, ekon, place the human in a special position within the world. And secondly, that all other beings can be considered as individual, separated from one another, and therefore, precisely because they are taken as already constituted individual, placed in a scale that order them hierarchically. I in particular would like to argue that by moving from a philosophy of individuality to a monist philosophy of trans-individuality, we can question both assumptions and therefore really start to reimagine the human outside of the presupposition that have for such a long time, in my view, prevented us from doing otherwise. But before I begin, I should also warn that this is a very impervious road, because whenever Western thinkers try to question body-mind dualism, they always encountered the attrition of language. Our language is so imbued with a few millennia of Christian and dualist metaphysical thinking that whenever we say body, we immediately assume there is not a mind. Whenever we say animal, we immediately assume that it's an individuality already given. So I may fail in this enterprise, but then I will be with very illustrious companions. But I also see that there are signs in not only in philosophical debates, but also what is happening in the world outside there today that points to a possible questioning of both assumptions. So I proceed in two steps. I will first argue that it is in Spinoza's ethics that we can find the basis for a philosophy of trans-individuality. And secondly, I will situate this philosophy of trans-individuality within a more general move towards a trans-individual philosophy that includes approaches as different as materialist feminism, queer ecology, and symbiotic biology. So from individuality to trans-individuality, how did I come up with this idea? It was in particular by reading Etienne Balibar's very influential essay that put forward the idea that in order to understand what individuality means for Spinoza, we have to use the concept of transindividuality. Although the term is not used by Spinoza, Balibar takes it from Simondon, and Simondon is also part of the inspiration of this project. I'm mainly here focusing on Spinoza because I believe that Spinoza has a more radical monist approach to ethics, at least in the ethics, that enable us to really question both of the starting point, the two assumptions that I mentioned at the beginning, but I'm happy to talk more about Simondon in the discussion if you like. So with Spinoza, the starting point is, as very well known, is that there's being rather than nothing. Again, this is just a starting point that must not be understood as an arché, in the sense of an ordering principle of the world. The fact that there's being rather than nothing doesn't tell us anything about the ordering of being, and even less so about its government. For Spinoza, at the beginning, this being, because it's evident in itself that to be able not to exist is to lack power, and to be able to exist is to have power. So if what necessarily exists are only finite being, then finite being are more powerful than an absolute infinite being, which is absurd. So either nothing exists or an absolute infinite being also exists. But we exist, we are talking here, either in ourselves or in something else, but we exist. So as a consequence, an absolute infinite being also necessarily exists. And this is a summary of the argument that Spinoza put forward in Ethic 1, Proposition 11 in particular, which somehow summarizing what is, in my view, the most beautiful lesson of Spinozism. If there are 12 participants to this conference today, then an absolute infinite being necessarily exists. Now, Spinoza identifies this infinite being with the concept of God, following an old tradition. But we should also immediately add that this has nothing to do with the notion of God as a person, of the various monotheistic religion. Spinoza makes it clear in the course of the argument that this God is nothing but nature itself, Deus sive natura. So the starting point is, however, this notion of God, because it helps to identify the substance as what is in itself with the concept of infinity. So we have substance on one end, which expresses itself through both infinite modes and infinite attributes. So the concept of substance and modes are specular in the sense that the substance, the infinite being, is what is in itself, whereas the mode are the affections of the substance. So that which is in another, through which it's also conceived, according to the definition 5 at the beginning of the Ethics. Now, this infinite substance expresses itself through infinite attributes understood as what the intellect perceives of the substance. But Spinoza says the only two attributes that are accessible to us are thought and thinking and extension, thought and extension. Now, for some interpreters, this is a residual of dualism in philosophical thinking. I strongly disagree with this interpretation for two reasons. First, as I said, the attributes are infinite. Spinoza is clear about that. And secondly, Spinoza clearly says in what I think is the most important proposition of at the beginning of Ethic 2, that, and I quote, proposition 7, ethics 2, the order and connection of ideas is the same, idem, as the order and connection of things. So it does not say they are parallel. Some people interpret this as a form of parallelism. It says they are one and the same thing. Again, we should be, as I said, it's an impervious enterprise, and I see it each time when I teach Spinoza's ethics to my students, that our language tends to bring in a sort of a dualism. So we really have a hard time in inhabiting a different ontological view that tries to get rid of this dualism. To paraphrase Nietzsche, we could say God, meaning a metaphysical dualism, is not dead because we still have language. And language constantly brings with it, in my view, dualistic assumptions that we really have a hard time to get rid of. We could also say that Spinoza, by writing in the Amsterdam of the 17th century, with the influence of both Judaism, Christianity, Descartes philosophy, thought that the only attribute of substance that are accessible to us are thinking and extension. But there's no reason to assume that those are the attributes of substance that we always remain the only accessible to us. Just to give you an example, Spinoza by extension means what we would mean today in more contemporary terms by the concept of atomic matter. Now, we know that according to contemporary astrophysics, atomic matter is only a small part of matter, more in general. Most of the universe is actually composed by dark matter, non-atomic matter, and by dark energy. So we can think, and I think that would be another project, not for today, that thinking together with new discoveries in astrophysics and in contemporary physics, we could expand the list of the attributes of substance that are accessible to us. And the revision of such a list of attributes could actually not be so far away and so unimaginable as Spinoza thought. Despite being an anomaly within modernity, to use the beautiful expression by Antonio Negri, he still remained a creature of his time. And obviously, the science he was in conversation with is very different from the one that we can be in conversation with today. Okay, so with this warning in mind, and with this invitation to not to bring back from the rare window the dualist metaphysical framework we have tried to kick out of the front door, we can now move to exploring the concept of individuality that Spinoza develops, in particular in that sort of compendium of his physics that we find at the beginning of part 2 of the Ethics. So, Ethics 2, definition 7, we read that by singular thing, Spinoza understands things that are finite and have a determinate existence. But then, same proposition immediately adds, quote, if a number of individuals so concur in one action that together they are the cause of one effect, I consider them all, to that extent, one singular thing, end quote. And later, during the course of the argument, Spinoza distinguishes between simple bodies, which are distinguished only by ratio or motion and rest, so that if that ratio remains the same, all the individuals participating in it remain part of the same individual. On the other hand, it says there are more complex individuals where the criteria for continuity in individuality is whether the individuals replacing those that have left are of the same nature or not. An example of the former could be simple bodies such as an iron ball, whereas an example of the latter are more composite bodies such as human bodies. In contemporary terms, we can say perhaps that simple bodies remain the same if the chemical component hold together, whereas complex bodies remain the same if, for example, let's say the water exiting a human body in the form of excrement is being replaced by individuals, Spinoza says, of the same nature, we could say of the same H2O atoms. So the picture that Spinoza provides here is that of a continual process of individuation that constantly joins together simpler and more complex individuals, which all exist in this web of relations. In this ontology, every individual, even the simplest one, are never brute, inert matter. Actually, Spinoza says these mechanisms of association are common, communis, to both human beings and other individuals. And he adds in proposition 13, all individuals are to a different degree animate, animatus. Now, the affirmation that all bodies, including what we would call inanimate bodies, are actually, to some extent at least, animate, is first a consequence of his monist ontology, and secondly, as you can see already, really questions at the very beginning the Aristotelian scala natura that places in a hierarchical position the human, the animal, the vegetal, and the inanimate matter, the dead matter at the very end. There's not such a thing in this ontology as pure inanimate matter. In this, I think Spinoza really comes close to what contemporary psychists, philosophers have been arguing, that there's some form of mental activity that it's ubiquitous and inherent to any form of materiality. Now, panpsychism goes far back in the history of philosophy, both in the West and beyond the West. Spinoza is one illustrious example, but I find it very interesting that there is a revival of panpsychism even outside of continental philosophy, in analytic philosophy. I think that one of the reasons for this recent revival of interest in panpsychism is that both alternative view of the world presents huge problems. Metaphysical dualism leaves us with a highly dichotomic view of nature and endless problems in explaining how brains and bodies interact, whereas a physicalist position incurs in the difficulty of explaining how and why consciousness suddenly appears from non-conscious matter. That this is the hard problem of consciousness, how to explain the emergence of consciousness from non-conscious matter. So it may seem counterintuitive to think with Spinoza, then wherever there is extension, there is also thinking, but it may also be true, by which I mean, it may be the most elegant and convincing solution to the problem raised by alternative view. Clearly, we don't experience things in this way. We desire to speak, and then we start speaking. So we desire a glass of water, and then we start drinking. So we assume that it's our thinking that has the power of moving our bodies. But this, Spinoza would say, is just the result of the fact that human beings are conscious of their desire, but they are ignorant of the huge web of relations and causal links of which their bodies are part. So common perception may prove to be misleading in this case, and is already has been misleading on many other cases in the history of science. Heliocentrism is also against common sense, but very few nowadays would question at least the substitution with would question the idea that the Earth is at the center of the universe, and would consider that as simply a residual of an outdated view of the world that was rooted in common sense, perhaps, but where common sense was highly misleading. As Philip Goff emphasized, common sense tells us that the only thing, seem to suggest that the only thing that have something close to a mind and an inner life are those that resemble us, right? If we throw a ball to a dog, the dog responds, so it seems to have feelings, sensation, and experiences. But plants and tables and molecules don't respond to us. So they don't come back with the ball if we throw a ball at them. So we tend to assume that they must lack consciousness and they must lack thinking. Panpsychis denies this status of common sense and rather argue that even the smallest beast of matter, even things such as electrons and quarks, have some very basic kind of mental life. Again, this seems to be crazy, but actually provides, in my view, the most elegant solution to the impasse generated by opposite view. Moreover, and here for me it's really the crucial point, this view is also able to provide the best support for what Naes, referring to Spinoza, called a form of ontology that is congenial to ecocentric egalitarianism. That is a form of ontology where from the very beginning, all forms of beings and bodies are placed on an equal foot with one another, and where we can think about the differences beginning with the So in particular, in Spinoza ecocentric egalitarianism, we begin with the simplest individuals and then progressively follow complex processes of association and dissociation. They create always more complex individuals. I would like to read here a beautiful passage in Scholium to Lemma 7 from the second part of the Ethics. And I quote, "We have conceived of an individual which is composed only by bodies which are distinguished from one another only by motion and rest, speed and slowness, that is, which is composed of the simplest bodies. But if we should now conceive of another composed of a number of individuals of a different nature, we shall find that it can be affected in great many other ways and still preserve its nature. For since each part of it is composed of a number of bodies, each part will therefore, by Lemma 7, be able, without any change of its nature, to move now more slowly, now more quickly, and consequently communicate its motion more quickly or more slowly to the others. But if we should further conceive of a third kind of individual composed of this second kind, we shall find that it can be affected in many other ways without any change on its form. And if proceed in this way to infinity, so think here about contemporary theories of an expanding universe, we shall easily conceive that the whole of nature is one individual, was part, that is, was bodies, vary in infinite ways without any change to the whole individual. End quote. This passage, again, lemma 2 to ethics, second part, summarizes, in my view, really beautifully Spinoza's conception of individuality within nature. In such a picture, the human body is not, as Spinoza says, a kingdom within a kingdom. It's not a kingdom, the human within the kingdom of nature. As the Latin says, is not an imperium in imperio, but just a particularly complex type of body made by a number of other bodies, which are all inserted into a network of bodies that affect each other in multiple ways. So the human body does not occupy any a priori special position with this ontology, but is just one individuality that is mutually originated with other individualities. And properly speaking, it only exists in these relations. All individuals, all res singulares, exist only as a consequence of the existence of other individuals with which they participate in a network of connection. And I should add here that this leads us to rethink the notion of causality as something that happens not only between at the inter-individual event, so between two individuals, but also as Balibar emphasized in his reading of Spinoza, at the supra-individual level and infra-individual level. And it's important to emphasize these multiple levels of causal connection, because I think this trans-individual philosophy that we find in Spinoza really differs from intersubjective approaches that tend to focus on what happens between individuals that are already constituted. Here we have, in my view, in a much more promising way for thinking about our ecological times, we have an emphasis on the infra-individual level, which leads to radically re-question the very notion of individual as something that is given. Okay, so this, and I think is another strength of the specifically Spinozist philosophy of trans-individuality, does not mean that individuals disappear. Rather, on the contrary, the notion of individuality is central to Spinoza-Moni's philosophy because it's the very form of actual existence. As Balibar notes, in the strong sense of the term, only individuals exist for Spinoza. If we consider that for him, the substance is not something that transcends or that simply underlines the multiplicity of singular things, but an infinite process of production of multiple individuals, whereas in individuals, being all different and all causally dependent, are the necessary existence of the substance, we come to the striking conclusion that substance is nothing but the individuals themselves, except that these individuals are not understood as the etymology of the term mean as what cannot be divided, but they are rather trans-individual all the time. In his commentary on Spinoza's ethics, Balibar distinguishes here the concept of individuation as the moment when individuals become separated from the environment, from that of individualization, understood as the process that makes every individual unique. And although I think that this is an important distinction, but it doesn't exist in Spinoza, and we should endorse it, but only with a cautionary remark, because if by environment we understand something that is outside of the individual, right? When we think about the environment, we tend to think that we have individuals, the society, and then the environment as what is around and what is left over. That within Spinoza trans-individual philosophy is a very misleading understanding. And again, I think language is really betraying us here. In this trans-individual philosophy, the environment is, properly speaking, us. So it's not something external to us, but it's something that is constitutive of every individuality understood as trans-individuality. I think it's important to mention this distinction because he rightly points to the fact that Spinoza's philosophy combines its emphasis on the trans-individual nature of all individuality with an emphasis on the uniqueness of each individuality. So we are trans-individual body, not because we're all the same, but precisely because of the unique nature of the relation they make each process of individualization possible. Okay. So there are individuals for Spinoza, except that they are never atoms, let alone philosophical subjects given once and for all. They are processes, the result of a constant movement, association, and dissociation that connects more simple individuals with other more complex individuals. To have a crude sense of what I mean here, think of when we say words such as I ate a salad for lunch, we think that it is our individual body that as something that cannot be separated has been eating a salad. But in a trans-individual perspective, we could rather say that the salad has been processed by a trans individual that includes my body along with the bacteria, microbes, and all the other bacteria in our digestive system. So properly speaking, it's an encounter between two sets of infra-individuals inside of a more general individual that we can call my human body. And again, keep in mind also that this equally holds for thought. We are in a monist framework, so not only extended bodies, but thinking are also beneficial. There are also encounters between bodies that can diminish what Spinoza called the conatus of each individual body. So there are encounters that can actually diminish our striving to persist in our being. Note here, a striving to persist in our being that Spinoza clearly says belongs to every individual singular being, to each res, so not only human beings. But what is distinctive of this view is that, as Spinoza clearly says, when you join individuals of the same nature, you obtain an individual which is twice as powerful as the one you have joined. And so in this sense, if you want, it's a form of paradoxical egoistic altruism that becomes a form at the same time of altruistic egoism. So there's no longer a distinction, I think, between the two, because it's a philosophy where striving to persevere in its being does not mean to defend ourselves against other individuals, but rather keeping an equilibrium, literally, not simply with them, but literally through them. Okay, so in the little time remaining, I know it's not too much, I would like to just spell out how other forms of trans-individual philosophy and how building from these insights, we can actually further dismantle the scala naturae that has placed man at top of it, woman second. Let us not forget the woman for a very long time came second, followed by the animal, the vegetal, and finally the inanimate life. Now, first of all, these throw a very different light on the question of sexual difference, because if there's no opposition between bodies and mind, then the very distinction between sex and gender also is thrown into question. This distinction has been very useful for feminists in order to evoke that the oppression of women was not the result of their sex, not the result of their biology, but rather the result of culture and upbringing. Now, if we move within a monist ontological framework, the distinction shatters, collapses. And I think it's a positive fact, because as a new materialist feminists have been arguing, this flight from biology has actually been detrimental to the human cause. First of all, because nature is not as inert and unchangeable as it has been depicted. Actually, there are many forms of queer theory. In particular, I would like to mention Mira Hird's beautiful essay called Naturally Queer, where she argues that for non-linear biology, sexual dimorphism is actually the exception rather than the rule. For instance, they point out that the vast majority of cells in the human body are intersex, and that the only cells that reproduce through dimorphism are actually eggs and sperms. But that is the exception. Like, if instead of looking at bodies, taking the skin of our bodies as what defines our individuality, if we look at what happens trans-individually within our bodies, most cells actually do not reproduce through in a sexually dimorphic way. So as she says, rather than looking at bodies, taking the skin as their definitive and impenetrable limit, if we look at bodies as more as an amalgam of different interacting selves, then we can come to the conclusion that not only human bodies, but most of the living matter is actually naturally queer. And I just want to mention this because I learned yesterday that there's a new rule, a new discussion in Romania. The Romanian parliament is proposing to close all departments in philosophy that teach gender theory. And therefore, all forms of theories that question the undeniable fact that there are only two sexes. So there seems to be something in this form of theories that question sexual dimorphism that is particularly disturbing for those who are in power today. And I think this makes it even more vital to emphasize within a monist ontology that both sex and gender are equally processual, and that actually both of them may be less sexually dimorphic than what we have assumed. Okay, so toward the conclusion, besides this new feminist materialism, I would also like to mention the symbiotic biology. In particular, I wanted to mention this very important article by Scott Gilbert, Jan Sapp, and Alfred Tauber, whose title is very significantly A Symbiotic View of Life. We have never been individuals. And we are going to hear from the very Scott Gilbert tomorrow. So I'm not going to deal at length with this, But all I want to emphasize is that the notion of the holobiont, the notion that biological organisms are holobiont, that is multicellular, the multicellular eukaryote plus its colonies of persistent symbionts is, in my view, also part of a more general move towards rethinking the notion of individuality as a form of trans individuality. I should also say that I think this trans individual philosophy I'm trying to work on is a post-human philosophy, because it does emphasize the self-organizing structure of all living matter, but it also differs from other forms of post-humanism in that it argues with Spinoza that all bodies, all matter is to some extent animate. And I think that, for instance, Karen Barad, another materialist feminist interpretation of quantum physics, converge in this point. Like all matter is to some extent at least active and living matter. Okay, so in conclusion, I think we can summarize all these insights from Spinoza trans-individual philosophy and materialist feminism by saying that they depict a sort of what I would call somatic communism. What do I mean with this term? I mean that bodies exist only through other bodies in a constant process of co-individuation that involves the inter, the supra, but also the infra-individual level. I'm borrowing the term somatic communism from Paul Preciado, who argues that given the failure of the left to redefine emancipation in terms other than in relation to the Western white patriarchal body, the only way to change is to think about a form of planetary somatic communism, a communism of all bodies within and together on this planet. To this call, I would add that such somatic communism is not, like political communism, an ideal that we should strive for, let alone a form of social organization to be imposed, but rather the very form of our model existence in this universe. The problem is that given the global commodification of living organisms, we have become incapable of perceiving how much of our life is actually in common. Maybe COVID-19 will work as a wake-up call and succeed in showing what language has so far failed to argue for. We are not individuals. We have never been individuals. We are all trans individuals, which also means that either we are all equally healthy on this planet, or we are all, to some extent at least, sick. Thank you. Sorry if I went a bit over my time.
Thank you, dear Chiara. You're actually right on point of the finish time, and we don't have much time left for the questions right now, just 1 minute. But of course, the panel discussion is just coming right away. So if someone has a very follow-up relevant question towards the previous talk, please go ahead now.
May I?
Yes, please, Kristupas.
Yeah, thank you, Chiara. That was really a beautiful talk, and I would have a lot of questions, but let me ask just one, and a short one. You mentioned the concept of environment in Spinoza, saying that environment is just something like that. You phrased it in that manner. So could you maybe elaborate this further? Do we have a proper concept of environment in Spinoza? Thank you.
Right. So there is not a concept of environment in Spinoza. Clearly, it doesn't use the term. Actually, now that I think about it. It would be interesting. I haven't done it. I'm sure somebody must have done it, to do a genealogy of the concept of the environment. But conceptually speaking, it seems to me that whenever we speak about the environment, we think that it's something that is around us, right? Even in common language, we think about something that is not us, right? There are individuals, there's a society, and then there is the environment. There is this nature which is outside us. That's what queer ecology is questioning, right? What is typical of queer theory is precisely the questioning of boundaries. And therefore, there's also this questioning of the very boundaries between the different types of living matter. So when I provocatively say the environment is us, is because I'm trying to convey what I think is implicit in Spinoza's philosophies of transindividuality, that what is outside there, the molecules we breathe, right, are not just part of the environment. They become constitutive of our body. They become constitutive of our individualities. So the molecules we breathe, the food we eat, the bacteria that we incorporate in our bodies, and I think COVID-19 has made that clear, right? You know, the environment is us. It's not just it made it clear, perhaps in a way in which language failed to do, if we keep thinking about the environment as something that is around us, as opposed to thinking about it as something that is us, right? Obviously, it's a bit of a provocation to say the environment is us, but I think that's the consequence of at least my reading of Spinoza trans-individual philosophy.
Okay, thank you, Chiara. And now we're moving to the panel discussion time, and this panel discussion will be moderated by Professor Catherine Malabou. So please go ahead.
Thank you. I have an issue, which is that I was not able to access the comments on YouTube. So is it possible for you to send me on the chat?
Yes, of course, I can send you the comments, or I could also pose these questions myself, whichever you prefer.
Maybe I will start by asking the members of the conference if they have any questions for each other. And also maybe we can start with the audience. I don't know. Okay, Dario.
Thanks a lot. I have a quick question for Chiara Bottici, whom I would like to say thank you for a very interesting talk. I must confess I'm not really a Spinozian either, in the sense of an expert of Spinoza, nor of a very friendly attitude, let's say, amid the modern philosophers. But I would like to, so my question might sound a little bit challenging, let's say. When you, in a passage, you said that in this perspective, every being is a living being. So I understand the let's say the positive attitude in saying that, but could it be a way of not accepting of an ontology based on process and relationship for the sake of keeping a metaphysics of substance, let's say? Because if everything or being is living, we do not need to think about the difference between living and non-living and how we establish relationships amid these differences. And so we can imagine that only one substance explains everything.
Right. Okay. So yeah, that's actually it's a great question. So first of all, I didn't say that every matter is living. So I made a distinction. I said every, this is what Spinoza says, that every body is to some extent animate. And I'm relying here on the Melchen book, Animacy, which is trying to disentangle the notion of life from the notion of animacy, right? What do we mean by animate? Okay, so, and I'm thinking, for instance, here of Karen Barad, agential realism, which emphasizes that when it comes to the smallest particle of materiality, so the quantum physics, even the smallest particle are to some extent animate, right? They are animate, but this doesn't mean that they're not living being. So I see the advantage of this trans-individual philosophy precisely in emphasizing that all matter is to some extent animate, but this leaves us the possibility within this general ontological framework to differentiate between different individualities, right? So we can talk about the differences between a plant and a stone, except that the latter is not relegated to just being dead matter, right? So there's a form of agency that every form of body and materiality has, which is rooted in this notion of animacy. So within that general framework, then we can distinguish. For me, that's also the difference between queer theory and what I'm trying to do with Spinoza. In queer theory, you question the boundaries, and then it's this mesh where all things are the same, right? Because it's clearly it's an approach to just question the drawing of boundaries, but doesn't propose an alternative to that. I think this trans-individual philosophy I'm trying to work on actually enable us to distinguish between different individuals, understood not as individuals in the etymological sense of the term, but as trans-individual. With the question of the metaphysics of substance, I mean, I'm a bit anxious at times when I'm like, how am I gonna go with Spinoza, which is not just a modern thinker, but like it's all the substance, right? Everything is the substance in Spinoza. So it's not light ontology, it's like hard core ontology. But precisely because in this philosophical framework is this one, precisely because the substance is one and unique, and the very mode of the actual existence of the substance are the modes, the affection of the substance, somehow there is this omnipresent substance, which is a way of getting rid of the substance. So I understand it's a bit of a tricky position, because on one hand you embrace this all-engulfing substance, but I think that's the best way to get rid of it.
Okay, thank you, Chiara. I have another question for you, Chiara, and then I have a more general question from the audience for everyone. So someone is asking you, is trans-individuality the environment?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Let's say trans-individuality is not just the environment. Trans-individuality is an alternative way for thinking about all individualities. But of course, it also includes the environment, because at the moment when we think of our bodies as this trans-individual process that involves the supra, the inter-individual, but also the infra-individual level, then the molecules we breathe become constitutive of us, or become constitutive of our trans-individuality. The food that we eat, and when it comes to bacteria or a small organism, that's quite literally, we are what we eat. but I think we can, in this trans-individual philosophy, provocatively, I can say the environment is us, because what we breathe, what we eat becomes constitutive of our being.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we have a very insisting and important question that concerns all of us. So it's from Louis, who asks, he has 3 different formulations of that question, and I suggest that each of us present right now give a brief answer to it. It can only be brief because of one of time. Can a speaker or curator address why non-Black studies perspectives in the radical rethinking of the human, Afro-pessimism, Black studies, and so on, are included in this symposium? And he goes on, if race is not problematized here, what are we imagining here? And last formulation, the human in general doesn't exist. The human in general is white and male. So I think that we should, all of us, propose a brief answer to Louis, starting maybe with you, Rita.
Thank you very much. It is not so easy to answer, namely for Louis from my point of view, because I spoke about more abstract things about subjectivity as such, and I deal it with the problem of reality. But I think that I can answer in this mode, that the same place, same instance of subjectivity is very important for all of us, and without underlying this instance, we cannot to speak about human, non-human, and individual and trans-individual if we emphasize this instance. We can develop this thought, and we can to answer in one or another mode, but without the instance of subjectivity as real instance, it is impossible. But to answer directly to this question, it's beyond my presentation, and perhaps it's more for Chiara. I don't know.
No, I think that it is important that all of us try.
Yes.
So, Ruslana?
Yeah, I do have some comments to offer. Maybe building up on what exactly what Rita is saying. I do agree actually with the comments that the human is white and male most of the time, because most of the time, if we look at the, particularly, in the history of Western philosophy, if we look at what constitutes the canon of Western philosophy, it is white and male. There's no doubt. I totally agree with that. So part of my trans-individual ontology project, I couldn't talk about everything today, but as this part on intersectional feminism and Black feminism, that tries to argue that precisely because we are always trans-individual being, precisely because we always live not simply with others, but through others, racial schemes are constitutive of the way we think ourselves, and indeed are constitutive of the way we think the human. So I was personally thrilled to see that in this symposium, we will also be addressing that issue, because we have talks tomorrow which I think directly tackle that question from the point of view of indigenous studies. And I live in the US. I personally think that the way in not just the society, but philosophy itself is racialized, and it's racialized in the fact that it systematically excludes not only what comes from the tradition of Black thinking, but also what comes from the tradition of indigenous studies. So, there is this paradox, for instance, that I live in New York City, and people teach the pre-Socratics, which is an oral tradition of philosophy. But whenever I ask why are we not teaching indigenous philosophy, I'm told because it's an oral tradition. So I'm like, okay, so we teach the pre-Socratic, but the indigenous Native American philosophy is not philosophy because it doesn't take the form of written books. So I do think it's a very important question, and I mean, I'm hoping that we will address that more directly tomorrow. I didn't do it in my talk. Maybe I should have given another talk, but I do believe that in order to address the place of racial schemes in the way we our imaginary work, we need also a better understanding of our individuality as trans individuality.
Okay, so maybe Ruslanas and Vittorio.
So, okay. So I can only agree with Chiara, but I would also say that, that's in a sense always the danger of doing philosophy, in the sense that you always try to abstract things, talk about some abstract entities. And I can give one, if so to say, if Louis won't get offended, I can give only one example. I today talked about Derrida, and in one of Derrida's book about the animal that the 4 a.m., I think it's called, he talks about his cat. He has this cat, and his cat saw him naked, and he said, when I look into my cat's eyes, I see this abyss. And in Derrida's eyes, therefore we cannot talk about animals, we cannot talk about life, because it's like we cannot talk about human, we cannot talk about life, we cannot talk about animals, because there's just abyss between. And when we talk about life, we always talk about human life in general. So in the same sense, there is always this danger of in doing philosophy, because otherwise we are reduced just basically to doing Ruslanas philosophy, Chiara's philosophy, and so on. So we have to keep this in mind, but we also have to keep in mind that's just, I don't know, that's my opinion.
Who else wants to say something? Vittorio, do you have something to say?
Well, briefly, I'm not sure I totally agree with Louis, in the sense that I think that one can keep an anthropological perspective, defining varieties of mythologies, ontologies. If I think about French anthropology, one name comes to mind, Philippe Descola, for example, who proposed a debatable, but still I find it very useful, taxonomy of varieties of way of building a representation of ourselves in the world, animism, totemism, and the like, nominalism, which in a way can fairly account of the many varieties that human beings found out to cope with their finitude and with their relation to the world. So, I mean, I think we could still keep talking about the human existence. What does it mean being human? By incorporating its historicity. I think that in the age of epigenetic, this should come easier than it was a couple of decades ago.
Professor, sorry, Montani. I remember your first name, but not your last name, sorry. We're tired.
Thank you, Kathy, but the question was not for me.
No, I know, but I think it's important that we...
I have some difficulties to enter in the matter of the content of the imagination because I'm interested in the form and how the imagination works. I think that is a good question, but I'm not an answer in this moment. I'm sorry.
I understand that. No, I was insisting a little bit because my students, you know, in California, the place where I teach there is the birthplace of Afro-pessimism. And so, I mean, this question, Lewis's question, comes back all the time. But I would answer to Lewis that it is a true problem, but that if we wanted to answer, we would have to change ground because it would become a very conflictual. We cannot answer quietly to this question because Afro-pessimism is about social death, is about the fact that a Black African person does not exist socially, as pessimism means. It means that there is no future for Black people, that they are systematically excluded from all discussions, that et cetera, that trans individuality or plasticity or aesthetics or remain white concepts, and that whatever we do, whatever we say, when I say we white people, are systematically excluding Blackness, let's say. But then it becomes a very, as I said, conflictual terrain. It's a confrontation. I don't think we can really discuss the points without first defining exactly what the conflict is about, because this is a very conflictual problem. It's not what you're asking is not a philosophical question, really. First of all, it's a almost civil war within philosophy. This is something like yes, I would say building a front of resistance within white philosophy. So I think we need to build, this is what I'm trying to do, which is not easy, to build the arena for such a discussion. That cannot be, I mean, something like our conference, I would say.
If I can, I mean, I think we are all trying to build that arena, but if I can add something to your comment. So first of all, there's something in the opposition between white and Blackness that reproduces the racial scheme. That's, you know, Fanon, white mask, black skin ends up is, in my view, path-breaking analysis of the way in which our imaginary is shaped by the racial scheme with the invocation for a new humanism, right? With the invocation for abandoning that or questioning at the very basis that black and white racial schemes, which in the end can only lead to black Afro-pessimism. When Fanon says there's only one destiny for the black man, and that is whiteness, because it is witnessing that psychologically speaking, this is the way in which institutions and modes of being work. Now, and addressing racism, I'm really glad that you've raised up this question, because addressing racism is not a problem that people of color should deal with. It's white people. So we should deal with that question, right? So we can't simply think that, oh, you know, racism is something that people of color will deal with. It's like when it's about sexism, and yeah, that's good for women to think about. No, to think about the problem of gender and sexism. No, it's everybody should deal with modes of exclusions that are intrinsic to the society we live in. And I think racism is one of them. So I think instead of saying it's not a philosophical question, I think the first step to dismantle the racial scheme black whiteness is to, at least recognize that it is a philosophical question, because it's not true that it's not. For instance, Fanon, who I think is a great philosopher, is rarely recognized to be a philosopher because is most often not taught in a philosophy department. And if it's taught in philosophy department, people say, yeah, because as an addendum to phenomenology. Whereas what I think it does is actually to redefine the relationship between phenomenology, psychoanalysis, and Marxism, and in a very original way. So I think the first step is to recognize that indeed, particularly in our discipline, I think people outside of philosophy have an easier life in addressing this question, but philosophy, maybe precisely because it has to do with the logos and the way it is perceived, we have a hard time addressing the fact that most of the time the philosophical canon is constructed as white and male, right? Just to give you an example, I did my entire education in Italy. So I went to school at the age of 6. I got a PhD at the age of 27. I've never read a woman. I've never read a woman philosopher until after the PhD, I read Hannah Arendt. I've never read a black thinker, and I can say that where, in Italy, where I was placed, reading, and at some point I was very much interested in Aristotle, and but nobody even taught me how to read Avicenna, Ibn Arabi, or thinkers from the south of the Mediterranean, right? So there's a racial thinking that we do reproduce in doing philosophy, and I think we cannot simply say that, when there is this question that is not a philosophical question. I think we should try to address it as a philosophical question.
Of course, but I meant
that. We avoided the Civil War.
But then we have
because the Civil War you're talking about now, it's here in the streets in New York City.
Yeah, but I mean that, of course, it's a philosophical question, but it requires that we redefine philosophy. We cannot start with a predetermined concept of philosophy otherwise. But okay, I propose that because we have other questions, one for Rita. So what is a satisfactory concept of subjectivity in your opinion?
Thank you. Again, subjectivity, yes. But I can join this discussion with the answer to the question for me, the previous discussion, because when I hear this discussion, I hear two different problems. One problem is common. It is the level of experience. Of course, when we are speaking about blackness, whiteness, female, male, and so on, we are speaking in such sense about the level of experience. And this level is common with the level of subjectivity. But when we in philosophy are speaking about subjectivity, and when we are trying to find now a new possibility to legitimize subjectivity, we speak about experience like something what constitutes this subjectivity, and not these features discussed by us can do it. I think that we can speak about level of experience in more abstract sense. I shall give one example from Giorgio Agamben, because when he speaks about experience, from the first side, we can think that it is very an abstract mode, but he says that experience is very concrete when we take it as language as such. When we are speaking, when we have a voice, and so on. And this example is from Agamben, very important for me, in the context of constitution of the instance of subjectivity. And if we can find something in experiential level, in female, male, to be a woman, to be black or white or red, okay. If we can find such feature which constitutes subjectivity, it's okay. If not, it's beyond of our discussion, and but not beyond of all these talks is the level of experience. But we can find something in this level. I agree with Catherine when she speaks about experiential accidentality and introduces it in the context of subjectivity. But to speak about experiential level in very blind mode, it's impossible. It's not philosophical level for me. I understand that there are some people who, there are some philosophers and some theoreticians who does not agree with me in this sense, but I am satisfied with this position on subjectivity when I can to join some authors on experiential level and to find something new in subjectivity as such.
Okay, thank you, Rita. So maybe a last question that is addressed to Chiara, but I think also to Kristupas, because of his theory of milieus. So the question, in fact, there are two. My criticism from Marco, my criticism is that a model of nature, such as the animist one, can still contain ideas and practices as predatory and persecutory as they are of reciprocity and protection. And the second one, how can animism, even if reappropriated by philosophers like Morton or Bredotti, the Zoe egalitarian idea or the trans-individualist philosophy, help us to build an idea of the future that takes into account an ethics of responsibility? Okay, so I think that both of you, Chiara and Kristupas, can answer. You want to start, Chiara?
Yeah. Okay, so I do think that I'm not sure whether what I'm proposing is a form of animist philosophy, so I have to think more about it. I use the concept of animacy, but I think animism has further philosophical connotation that I don't know whether I'm ready to embrace.
You said panpsychism, panpsychic.
Well, yeah, but that's a different thing. You know, panpsychism, is not animism. Panpsychism is that there's some form of mental activity, particularly I'm thinking here of Philip Goff work, Galilee's error, is a work nourished by neuroscience. So it's very different from what we understand by animism, is the idea that since it's so hard to derive consciousness from non-conscious matter, in understanding how the brain works, it's a much more coherent ontological framework to think that some form of mental activity is inherent in every form of matter. And then once we have that framework, we can think about the different forms of mental activity. At least I think that the advantage of a philosophy of transindividuality is that it's not that everything is animate in the same way. Mm-hmm. And Spinoza says, to some degree, every form of materiality is animate, but an electron or a quantum is animate in a different way, in which I'm animate when I give philosophy talk in my, Italian way of speaking English, right? So I think animism flattens things in this. All things are equally animate, whereas a trans-individual philosophy enables us to distinguish, right, between different forms of animacy and different forms of mental activity, which it goes together with the complexity of the organism at take. Now, can this be compatible? So this is for the Zoe-egalitarian idea and the animism question. Can this still harbor predatory modes? I think much less so than methodological individualism, because if we begin with methodological individualism, there is the idea that individuals are already given, then the only alternative is between altruism and egoism, right? Whereas if you have a conception of the individual as trans-individual, then there's no difference between altruism and egoism, in the sense that if you are working for the environment, you're working for your own body at the same time. Equally speaking, and I think this also is important in terms of the discussion about race, right? As we participate in a social imaginary that demeans certain people and bodies because of their skin color, right? We are alimenting a politics of domination that divides people between those who are superior and those who are inferior. And that politics of domination is oppressive for all of us. Clearly, as white people, we were privileged, so we benefit from the racial scheme in a way in which people of color cannot benefit. But at the same time, that imaginary idea that there are people who are superior and people who are inferior is alimented, and we're all gonna suffer from that.
Kristupas, do you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you. And I think I could also join the previous discussion regarding.
Sorry, I forgot to ask you.
No, but I think I have to answer, being one of the organizers of the symposium. And I guess that's a very important question, and we shouldn't avoid it. And I thank you, Catherine, for posing this to each of us. And I think, the situation we're dealing with, like philosophically, is the situation of disequilibrium. There is no right way to address this question. And of course, the first thing is the dialectic of inclusion and exclusion. Who is represented and who is not represented? Yeah, I am totally, positive that the majority of the presentations deal with that stability and that the physical the physically preconditioned concept of the human based on the whiteness, also on the regime of different subordination and so on and so forth. So basically, one of the issues is to dismantle that concept and to give an attempt. But to give an attempt from the point where we find ourselves, from the position we find ourselves, and trying to establish the dialogue and trying to establish, in a way, a relation with all possible voices. And of course, it could be better represented. It always can be better represented. And I agree, we can work on that. And maybe the question that comes here from Luis is also a call for the better representation, but that representation is always a subordination. It will always commit errors in representing something, you know. So it's a heavily charged concept. So in terms of the speakers, as it was noticed, we try to also to cover different perspectives. Indigenous scholars will be present tomorrow, like Kim Tolbier, and we maybe in the future we'll try to have more efforts on this regard. So that's one point. The second point regards the answer to the question, and maybe that relates also to what I said now, regarding egalitarian position and also the question of animism. I think I'm neither an animist nor egalitarian in any regard, namely because I think that the relation or the concept of relation, but also the practice of relation, is the starting point of the philosophy I'm trying to deal with. So I'm a deep correlationist in that sense. I think that correlation is the most pressing the most pressing problem in today's philosophical discussions, because it comprises all the possible levels: biological, political, symbolical, and also being bound to the history, if you want, being bound to a certain history of the concepts. So basically, when I try to think of milieu and us being the milieu, I can use the term of milieu interchangeably with the term of relation, in a way, you know, of relationality. So what kind of relations within me constitute the openness to the otherness, to the heterogeneity. So this is not thinking that all animals are equal, or that, you know, everything is alive, or so on. This is about the discovery of new ways to have new assemblages, new dispositions, new connections, that would grant more possibilities, and maybe underrepresented possibilities, in that sense that was posed by Luis. Of course, we need to find better ways to connect and to create this arena, as you formulated it. Yeah, we don't have a proper arena, but I think this conference is also an attempt to create an arena, and I'm not pretentious to think that it's a very good attempt. It is an attempt, in a way, and we need to move forward. We need to confront these questions. We need to see with them within the tradition we find ourselves. So heavily racially charged tradition, and by dismantling, and that's why I also introduced the moment of education and pedagogy here. I don't think that's a formal question. I think that this is the question of practice, you know, day by day, like teaching a child. We need to teach ourselves, you know, how to proceed this way without falling into that conflictual zone that you, Catherine, pointed to, you know. So basically, if we don't want to be at war, we need education. But education needs building new habits, small steps, you know. And yeah, we try the best we can, and then we see, you know, maybe tomorrow we'll do better. Well, we ride the bicycle in a better way, faster, more maneuver, and so on. So that's how I see also this symposium as well.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a beautiful answer. Well, I think we've reached the end of this very rich day, beautiful day.
I'm sorry, Catherine. Can I just share two thoughts which across me? So the first one is, you know, we also should not, I think, forget but there are all kinds of shades of white also. Because today we have in the lineup, I think, some speakers from Italy, some speakers from France, and we are here from Lithuania. And basically Lithuania was, from last 300 years, it was colonized for 250 years. So we have only 50 years of freedom, and all other time we were colonized. And we have the same problems here, you know, not the same problems, but we have, in the philosophical sense, the same problems. And in our curriculum, let's say the Vilnius, which we learned, we also have, let's say, Vidunas. We have philosophers who are not treated as philosophers because we are a part of, so to say, Russian theosophical traditions and so on. And another, just a story to end, so to say, on our situation here in Lithuania, when Derrida, about whom I talk today all the time, when Derrida first came to Russia, I think in 91 or 92, he told the interviewer, my project is to deconstruct the modern notions of a subject and modernity. To that, and to this, the interviewer answered, okay, but you know, Stalin already did that here. And the interview ended, you know. So there are all kinds of, you know, there are all kinds of milieus, even in the predominantly white parts of Europe, and all shades of white also.
Thank you, Ruslanas. That was beautiful. So shall we close now, or?
Maybe if I can just add to, I think Ruslanas a very important comment, which perhaps builds on what I was saying before. So there's a lot of charge about, and you see here as the whiteness category doesn't, you know, really capture the whole story, because you know, as a woman, I've had, it's a very painful experience to only read, wanted to be a philosopher, be enamored of philosophy, and reading for, 30 years, only men, right? Which implicitly suggests, and I mean, it's very similar to the Afro-pessimism. It's like, I have no place here as a woman, you know? I'm lucky enough to teach now in the department where Hannah Arendt taught. But before that discovery, for me, it was a very painful experience of not seeing anybody similar to myself in the books I was reading, okay? Similarly, there's a lot of critique about, you know, the Eurocentrism in the philosophical canon, but we never speak about the fact that most of the authors and books and theories do not come from Eastern European countries, right? So even within Europe, there are many different Europes. In the same way in which I've grown up with a philosophical education that excluded systematically women, for instance, also excluded Spanish people speaking philosophers. Right? It took me 30 years. Really at the end of the PhD, so at the end of the time where I was reading what I was told I had to read. So when I finally started to question the education I had received, that I realized that actually, even inside whiteness, there's so much, such a logic of exclusion going on, that maybe even as white people, we can relate to Afro-pessimism, because as a woman, I think I know what it means not to feel represented in a field.
Yes, but we've never been slaves.
Well, yes.
What are you talking about? Just listen to Rossini, Italiani in Algeria, or Die Entführung aus dem Serail. I mean, there are historical studies that I don't know what kind of shade of white should be implicated here, but for hundreds of years, it is not coincidental that in the south of Italy, you barely see villages on the coastline, but everybody moved up on the hills because they were systematically invaded by pirates who took hostages that were enslaved and were kept excluded from their own communities for years or until they were dead. So, I mean, I understand the historicity of the moment. I understand that our generations of white individuals have never been enslaved, but also with peculiar distinction, because if we take Armenia, if we take the Shoah, we go beyond enslavement. We talk about mass extermination. So I think we should keep always a wider geographically and historically way of thinking, instead of, although fully understandable because of what's going on in this century and in the previous one, history is very long, and so is exclusion. So, and I finish, all these cases that you quite aptly brought up are further instantiation of the endless varieties of being human.
But Vittorio, if I can just respond to this, I think the point, besides the fact it's not true that, as women we've never been enslaved, because, ISIS very recently, has been enslaving women, and they've been executed publicly. So it's not true that as women we haven't had that experience. But also with your comments about the Italians, I think the point is not so much who has suffered what, but rather to build on the very fact that we've all experienced some form of discrimination, to empathize with others, right? So to make this effort to put ourselves in the shoes of others. So yeah, I mean, I just as a note of optimism, to say that for me the question is not the narcissism of who has been affected most, right? But rather to build on the experience that we've all had in our history, some of us more than others, but to build a culture of empathy that enable us to put in ourselves in the shoes of those who are currently suffering most.
Yeah, as long as we keep talking of identity, forgetting similarity, I think it will be a very challenging enterprise. This building of a more empathetic and inclusive way of thinking, which I fully subscribe.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I think this was a very, very interesting discussion. So thank you also, Louis, for asking your questions. So let's wrap up now, and thank you to everyone for this very nice day. And tomorrow, Kristupas, we start at 11 again, Vilnius time, am I right?
Vilnius time, 11
okay.
Vilnius time, but you can see the countdown on YouTube link. It will be a different link for the second day, because otherwise technically it's impossible to archive them in one day. So,
but the Zoom link is the same, am I right?
The Zoom link is the same, yeah. But for the viewers, for the audience, tomorrow you will get. I mean, it's all on the event page. The next link, and basically we start 11 Vilnius time, and if you go on YouTube, you will find the countdown, which is in tune with the time zone, so you can see how much time is left. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Have a nice evening or day.
Bye-bye.